Mhm. Good morning.
Hi, Professor Kanki. Good morning.
Good morning,
Hello, Vidya.
everyone. Hello, Marian. Hello, Prof. Kanki. And we already have so many attendants here. Okay. I think, okay. Yeah. So for the attendees that are using the direct link, I think your name, you can rename yourself actually, because some of you are showing with the strip name. Yeah. You can rename yourself, but if you want, of course. Okay, we have a lot from Japan, I think.
Elisa will make some kind of the introduction today, or I?
I think Mbak Elisa will join us later around 11 o'clock. So maybe you can have, after I open this,
Really
after I
short
open this
introduction.
event, yeah,
Okay.
I will give you some time to short introduction.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Wu Sensei.
Yeah, Wu Sensei already here.
Professor Wu Sensei.
Oh,
Thank
good
you
afternoon.
very much. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you so much for
Well, you're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It's great. So, is it better to start with the introduction, and maybe we can start the Dian-san's lecture, ne?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So, good morning to all our attendees and also panelists. We already have Ms. Dian Irawati and Professor Wu from Busan here. Yeah, good morning for you all. Welcome to our International Conference 2020 with our theme this year is Kampung and Historic Urban Landscape. So yeah, so other than our public attendees, we also have our field school participants and also mentor join us this morning, because this conference is also a part of field school this year, field school 2020, which is our third collaboration project between Rujak Center for Urban Studies, Kyoto University, and also Kampung Aquarium. So maybe I want to introduce myself first. My name is Vidya. I'm from Rujak Center for Urban Studies, and I will be the moderator for today. Maybe I will explain a little bit about this event. So, to the international conference with the theme of Kampung and Historic Urban Landscape, actually, this time we focus on opening and exploring the role and significance of Kampung in the history of urban landscape. Because Kampung, especially as the part of city, often get overlooked regardless of their role and struggle in the historic of development of a city. And sometimes in the city scale project, the government the government sometimes see Kampung as a potential land without looking forward to their life, also their rights and their contribution to the city. But however, Kampung has the affluence, which is also the source of city asset. So we're hoping by seeing the history and culture through the lenses from Kampung, we hope to see and get a lot more story about participation, and we can publicly spread about this new insight that we have. And then today we will divide the conference into 3 sessions, which we will have 3 breaks in between. So the first session we will have from in Jakarta time from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. The session we will have the presentation from Indonesia, which is Miss Diandri Rawati. She is a PhD candidate from UCLA, and also Mrs. Elisa Sutanujaya from Rujak Center for Urban Studies will joining us later. So Ms. Dian will present about the more or less about the concept and transformation of slums in Jakarta under different regime. And then Mrs. Elisa will talk more specifically about Kampung Aquarium in North Jakarta. And then for the second session today, we will have Professor Woo Sin-koo from Pusan National University, South Korea. He will share more about his experience and working and studying with the Amidong Culture Village, and then also their creative and unique way of the community to coexist with their history in the past. And then the third session, we will have Professor Woo Jin-young from National Taiwan University in Taiwan. He will also share his years of experience working with indigenous tribe from East Coast of Taiwan, and then also their fights, their story, and maybe some updates about how they claim the rights to the city in the middle of urban development in Taiwan. Yeah, so I think that's all from me. Maybe Kanki Sensei will have opening speech. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm just stopping the Japanese translation. I'm very happy to invite and the welcoming the 3 lecturers today. And I like to manage the kind of the international language system on this web at the same time. And actually today we have a lot of the discussion about the Kampung urban village area in the metropolitan city. Because as you Bija already remarked, such narrow streets and a little bit high density area is already maybe appreciated by so many people, but actually, usually everybody regard such a places like a slum or not beautiful and maybe out of the historical sites. But at the same time, in Jakarta, urban Kampung started 100 years ago. And of course, we have so many kinds of the history about such a dense area in all over the world. So we like to give more better evaluation and appreciation about such a well-organized dense area by the inhabitants all over the world. So I myself like to learn so much from this opportunity. So thank you very much today. And so the first person is from the Indonesian side, Professor Dian. Please introduce yourself and please start your lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kanki. Are we going to start now, Vidya?
Yeah, your time is 40 minutes.
Okay. Where's my slide? So I will have to share, right? Okay. So my name is Diandri Rawati. I'm a PhD student at UCLA from Geography Department. I work at UPC and Rujak Center for Urban Studies a few years ago, and still working in collaboration with UPC and Rujak until today. So today I'm going to share about part of my master thesis that I did a few years, 2 years ago. So the topic is about thinking through Kampung. The title is about thinking through Kampung, interrogating the concept of slums in Jakarta. The idea of this presentation is basically I try to answer my question about why Kampung is often being evicted and in what way or how the terms of kampung shifted into slums, or why then kampung is no longer a vocabulary in planning documents, for example. So this is the outline of my talk today. First, I would like to discuss about the evictions on kampungs in Jakarta. And then the second, I would like to discuss about slums as narrative and the implementations of modern urban planning in Jakarta. So the site is Jakarta. And then the features of kampungs. So I probably assume that many of you have seen this quite similar pictures where we have this huge machine basically demolish and evict the houses of in kampungs, and it happens until recently. This is the eviction happened in Kampung Bukit Duri in 2015 and 2016. Wait. So this is what we call kampung in Jakarta. I mean, like I will discuss further, but this is how we if you see what is kampung. So if you see the Jakarta, then you can identify many of the part of Jakarta is still like in the form of kampung. So my research basically talks about the approach towards kampung within these 4 regimes. I used to call it 3 regimes because the last regimes, basically Jokowi was the governor, but then he was running as the president. So Ahok or Basuki Cahayapurnama replaced him. But in this presentation, I would like to discuss within 4 different regimes. We have Sutioso that run Jakarta from 1997 to 2007, and Fauzi Bowo, Jokowi, and Ahok. So within these different regimes, I've tried to identify the reason of evictions, how is it happen, and or like what was the reason, and then like how is it implemented. And then I can draw like similarities and differences between regimes in how they conduct eviction. First, in terms of reasons of evictions, many of the evictions based on arguments that these kampungs are illegal settlements. Next slide. Or because these kampungs against public order, for example, because they are located in not in designated area, for example, like in green areas or riverbanks or in next to high voltage centers. So those are areas that are supposedly not designated as settlements according to the spatial planning. So, and also the eviction that happens due to public interest in terms of development projects, for example, like normalizations of the river or public interest, other type of public interest projects. And the execution of evictions throughout these different regimes, many of those evictions were carried out by, as you see in the pictures, public order officers, what we call Satpol PP. And many of the evictions also accompanied by the legal enforcers, for example, like the police and the military. And then these type of executions surely brings violence to the implementation. And then the third similarities between regimes is the constant built narrative on the urban poor. So throughout these different regimes, the idea or the pictures of how we pictured the people that live in kampungs is that kampungs is slums, that kampung is an urban blight. So that's how they narrate these arguments to basically arguing for the public. But also it is interesting, and I think Elisa will explain it further, and then throughout the workshop for the next few days, you will learn how the urban poor resist the evictions. And then throughout these 4 different regimes, there is always resistance from the urban poor. And the differences between regimes is also interesting because though they have similarities in terms of the reason of evictions, how they implemented the execution, but the type of issues that mobilize is quite different. Under Sutioso, it's mostly against the public order issues. He had this idea of creating Jakarta that globalized, have to be clean. So those era where he basically banned all the becak drivers, so creating the idea of modern Jakarta. Where under the Fauzi Bowo, it's mostly about the green, what we call green displacement, because of the green. So it was when Jakarta also had a flood. So the argument is that to improve the green area, that so that therefore we require more green space. So many of the eviction happen using this argumentation. And then also under Ahok mostly, and Jokowi also is because of the public interest, because of the flood. So the issues that mobilize is to evict the kampungs, to help cities to fix the, for example, like the canals, the water pathways, etc., the rivers. And it is interesting to see how also in Ahok, there's always also, not always, mostly in Ahok, the issues that mobilize is how these people that live in kampungs is thugs, is bad people, opportunist people. So those are issues that mobilize. And then the involvement of extra force. So under Sutioso, for example, he tend to invite involve the what we call preman or thugs. So has been research about how the premans also involved in the eviction, but also to intimidate the organization that fight for the eviction. And under Ahok, for example, he issued a governorial decree, basically to allocate local budget to allocated money to support the police and the military for helping the eviction. So if I remember correctly, it's around 250,000 rupiah per day for each of the police or military that help the eviction. And also interesting, the support from middle class. Gradually from these 4 different regimes, the support from the middle class is increasing, particularly on Ahok era, where the resentment towards the kampung, resentment toward the urban poor that live in kampung is getting intensified. And then also interesting that there's still likely shifted approach, include like there's like Sutioso is very authoritarian. Fauzibo is less authoritarian because his background is civil. He's a PhD in planning, so he believed that he knew how to organize Jakarta. Or Jokowi, who quite well known for his participatory approach towards the people. So it's kind of like shifted and back to authoritarian under Ahok. And also compensation is different practices because during Sutioso, most poor people evicted and then compensated for around $40 to $80 per families. During Fauzibo, they will be compensated. So those who receive compensation is those who do not take the units for the Rusunawa, for the relocation. So all these evictions are also accompanied with the relocation to Rusunawa. So compensation mostly were given to those who did not relocate to Rusunawa. Wait, sorry. But then the questions arose for me, like, what are the main drivers of forced eviction and its implication for the future of kampungs? And it's actually how are kampungs and slum are positioned in public discourse and planning policies? Because it confused me on why kampung is always become the target and why slums then affiliated with kampungs, and since when it is the term shifted. So that's basically my research questions, or some of my research questions. So this is my arguments, and we can discuss it further. So I argue that there is this intensifications of stigma of kampungs and then slum, and then there is also a lack of understanding about kampung as a living space or way of living. And then the third one is, I believe that the pressures on kampung coincide with the mobilizations of modernization discourses or the desires or the aspirations to be the world-class cities. And it mostly happens to post-colonial cities or those cities, mega cities in the global south. So, but what is kampung actually, right? There is no single definitions of kampung. People have different understandings to what we call space as kampung, right? And you can see this is woman working on the, what you call it, cells, kerang-kerang hijau, or this woman have her own small shops in her yard or in the porch, and there's a small shop again and becak, and there's always this, the definition of kampung is always being contested. But obviously, there's always this contestation on the definition of the kampung. And then there's so many implications of kampungs and meanings that imply different form of values. So each definition put different values on kampungs. So based on the role, according to many resources that I've read throughout the research, is that kampungs perceive as a buffer zone. So kampungs function to mediate the transition from rural to urban life, mostly for example, like after the independence, many of the peoples live in West Java or Central Java migrate to Jakarta, for example, because of the conflict, and or during the 1960s, and the peak is 1980s, where the construction boom happened in Jakarta. So many of these people migrate to Jakarta, and then kampung has become the buffer zone to mediate the transition. And also kampung is a space that mediates the practice of commoning, meaning that you basically organize a certain space together for everyone's benefit, for everyone's not interest in terms, very benefit and interest. And then the third one, kampungs as a space that provide economic networks. So it is interesting that there are so many research conducted by Tarumanagara, for example, Tarumanagara University, and also Ciliwung Merdeka. And I think UPC also has done the research, try to connect the economic networks within the kampung that actually have influence to the economic networks within the cities. So that's how the connections established from kampungs throughout the city, or vice versa. And then how, based on the physical aspect or from urban planning perspective, kampung is a plot of lands where it's irregular size and shape, zigzag, right? Plots were often didn't have fence. The house were self-built. It is incremental, meaning that you can add more rooms, more space to the house, and made from whatever materials that you can find or you can purchase or you can have. So consequently, according to Columbine, is that no two houses look alike, and often the fronts on the houses did not line up, as like we have seen in perumahan, for example. But it's also interesting how the government perceive kampung. This is how when I tried to do the interviews and I asked several high-rank officials in different ministries and Jakarta's governments about kampungs. And one of them argues that kampung is just a naming. It does not have an entity. So it's just, if you look through definition he or she said, it said that there's no such definitions of kampung. It's only a naming, like kampung Melayu, kampung Ambon, kampung Sawah. So I found these pictures that kampung rambutan as in a plank, right? So that's how they perceive it. It's just a name. And also, there's also affiliations of kampungs with slums. And immediately the government officers argue that, regarding slums or kampungs that looks like slums, you can see how people live there. Do you think it is a normal life? You can see how they live very like together in one tiny house, and they might have sex among each other. So the graphic ideas about how you perceive kampung is so banal at that time. So he further argues that slums contain so many social problems. So this is what I see is from these explanations, that level of slums has been attached to unique space called kampung. And since Dutch colonization, kampung was perceived in a derogatory term, right? It is filled centers of diseases, lacking of aesthetic values. For example, during the cholera, the Dutch societies argued that we have to protect ourselves from kampung. So I will explain later, but Kampung Improvement Program was not implemented for the sake of the kampung's interest, but for the sake of Dutch society's interest to protect themselves from kampung. But it is interesting how the understanding and meanings of kampung is conflicted, right? Because at the same time, people perceive kampung as a derogatory space, but at the same time, you know that kampung is function. Even during the colonial era, kampung is where the helper, the people that works in Dutch families are that live. So they basically need kampung. But the idea that kampung is like doesn't have aesthetic values, and at that time the modernizations come up with to program called town planning, and then the urban infrastructures. So through this program, the idea of seeing kampungs as the others, kampung as something that we need to fix. So to deal with kampungs, meaning to implement modern urban planning. So it is stays until today. Mostly the post-colonial urban development, the perspective persists in Indonesian governments, in urban planners, who still see kampung as a space that equivalent to slum. But then my next question is how these ideas of slums coming from, right? Like how is it mobilized? So there's this slum discourses and how it is related to the future of kampung. So I think in 1970s, 80s, there's this movement among academics who try to identify the informal settlements, more like you call it self-help settlements. So they try to avoid the word of slums. But according to Gilbert, there's this a moment where we have this return of slums. Mostly it happens actually in 1990s, in 1999, when the World Bank and UN Habitat launched the City Alliance project, the program called Cities Without Slum. So throughout that initiative, the idea is how to clear the city from slum. So both Gilbert and Hasmeyer argues that it's actually with a good intention, because eradicating slums means that you deal with the poverty, which is part of the MDGs, today's SDGs, and etc. But for many of cities governments, it is become like operational tools to basically the idea is to just eradicate the slums, meaning just evict the slums, not necessarily dealing with what happens with slums, how we can improve the life, blah, blah, blah. And it's getting worsened by what Gettner and Ban, through their research, argue, like in many cities in India, their research in Delhi, what they call nuisance stock, slums and nuisance stock. So Ban research and Gettner research argues that many evictions happens in Delhi, particularly was implemented by the court that basically ruling these decisions based on the legal not class action, like citizen lawsuit by the residents welfare associations, the middle class that located near the slum, that argue that the slum is nuisance. So they argue that slum is illegal environment that is filthy, dirty, malicious, and environmentally destructive, and it is associated with the slum dwellers. So that's what worries me, and also Gilbert and also Hasmeyer, that the affiliations between how you associate between the physical environment with the slum dwellers. But also at the same time, slum is perceived as strategic site still until today in the ongoing global urban land grabbing. Many of the eviction, for example, happens in Jakarta. We can see, for example, the evictions in what we call, I forgot the name, Rawasari. So under Fauziwo, it was evicted based on the green space area for the green space area, but eventually today becomes the green. What's the name of the apartment, Fidia? The green apartment, right? Green Pramuka. So the idea of the greens is similar, but how people was evicted, and then based on green discourse, but today it just become the apartment. So still it's a potential sites. It is in the cities. It has been improved in terms of the people that live earlier. They physically improve the locations, and then this is just grabbed by auto eviction. And then slums also have become the answer basically for housing crisis, because we can ignore that. We can just deny on that. But the fact is slums or provided settlements for answering the housing backlog in many global cities. So what is the consequences of the returns of the slums earlier that I talked with this Cities Alliance project with Cities Without Slum and how it is related to Jakarta. And for example, like we have this a national program called Kotaku, literally Cities Without Slum. And it has these goals by 4 years. They plan to eradicate all the slum, meaning not eradicate, basically to eradicate all the slums from 38,000 hectares into 0 hectares. And what are the consequences of that? These kind of policies, I believe probably in the beginning we believe that this is, or I believe this is good intentions, but what are the consequences, right? So if you see many of policy documents, it is not easy to find kampungs. Like you Google it, and not you Google, you control find, and then you've seen this permukiman kumuh or slums. It is understood as inadequate settlements due to building irregularity, high building density, and quality of buildings and facilities, blah, blah, blah. And if you see the ADTR or Detailed Spatial Planning 2014, there is one articles that addressing kampung, but it is only addressing kampung as what we call preserved area. So kampung is a collections of house that designated by the government as, or appointed by the government as a preserved area, or what we call sustainable area, meaning that they have to be preserved the way that they have today. And then it is consists of specific, of a group with specific cultural background. It is unplanned, it is mostly with the grounded housing, or even if you have vertical housing, is maximum 3 stories. So this is the only articles that basically address kampung, but without understanding what is actually kampungs, right? And also this one, there's this panduan kegiatan or criteria and indicators of how you define slum, how you identify slum. So there are many indicators here, but I would like to discuss the one in the red colors. So according to this, one of the criteria is conditions of residential buildings. One of the indicator is building regularity, right? And building irregularity, what they said in the regulation is that seen from the orientation, size, and shape. For example, if the building orientation is different between one with another, not facing the road, not facing river, etc. And this is interesting. If you look for many of places in Jakarta, what we still call kampung, for example, Johor Bahru, you can see that according to the regulation earlier, it fit with the criteria of slum in terms of building irregularity, because that's how kampungs in Jakarta were built, right? And then much closer, you can still see this. So this is what worries me. Even through my interviews, the perspective of the government officials argues that, oh, that's undesignated plan. It is not planned. It is not planned very well. It is slums, contains many problems. We have to not evict them, but we have to build 16-story, 20-story super block that we can still benefit. It is a very lucrative areas. It is so pity if we can just allow people to just stay there. So the perspective of how you can basically sacrifice a certain group of peoples. I mean, I don't have arguments against vertical housing in terms of densities in Jakarta, right? But how we approach and how or which group that you can basically from this example, which group that you can basically undermine. And this is approaches on slums based on the guidelines earlier from the national governments. They actually have different approaches, right? And many of them also implemented not just one or particular. Sometimes the policies will have, so within slums criteria, there is this like light, medium, heavy. I don't know how to like see ringan, sedang, dan kumuh berat. Kumuh ringan meaning that the light slums meaning that you just renovate it. The medium slums meaning that you renew it or you provide better settlements. And then the heavy slums meaning that you have to resettle or remove the communities. And then the one which highlighted with the red colors is, I can argue that this is usually the policies that preferred by the governments and shifted or relocated the people that live in kampungs to the social housing, public housing that you see on the left side. So, but there's also research that's already argues that but the Rusunawa, the one that built earlier, is worsened the precarious life of the kampungs. Safriani and Wilson and Tilly have read research in many of public housing in Jakarta that they argue that significant drop of income coming from moving to Rusunawa because of the rigid design limits the opportunity of any forms of intervention, and then they also have restricted access to commercial space. For example, have you seen in the pictures on kampungs, you can see the women have small vendors in front of the house, or you can have the cart that you can put next to your house. But once you are located to Rusunawa, it is not easy to actually open the small shops in front of your house, and it's only intended to facilitate the nuclear family. And then it is interesting thing it said, because if you know how people live in the kampungs, you can actually not only live within your nuclear family, but you have cousins, but you have relatives that might live for temporary. So it's very open and fluid, right? So, but this rigid design, rigid regulations, basically limiting the way people live, and it's fractured and separated family. And then Amalinda Safirani research on the political aspect of Rusunawa is there's this prohibitions on any social organization, including ethnic or religious association. So there's this worry from the government perspective that if people gathered, they might become political. But this is actually denying the fact that this is how people live in a daily basis, right? Politics is part of everyday life. And also the lack of communal space. It's significantly reduced social interaction and solidarity. And then one that really significant of this transformation is that kampungs create this, through kampungs, people have this social network and solidarity. And I argue that this is actually the social safety nets. We've heard this program before through World Bank, right? Social safety net program, social safety programs. But for me, the actual social safety nets is the kampungs, the neighbors that you have, the relationship that you have, the network that you have, the solidarity that you have. I don't want to be very romantic about kampung, but that's actually part of the pack, right? And then sometimes the planners ignore that. Wait, let me have to move it. And so I argue that the double stigma that that you put towards kampung and slums has been strengthening the aspirations to fix the kampung through city beautification projects. And it started hundreds of years ago, and from colonial era. So under the colonial era, we have also the Kampung Improvement Program, right? It is proposed by Muhammad Husni Tamrin, who actually one of the parliament member at that time. So he's Indonesian, and then he argued that we need to improve kampung, but his one important message is we don't want to reduce or to eradicate the characteristic of kampung. He said that if we need to improve the pathways, we don't want to improve the cities just like Haussmann did with Paris. So the idea is that you don't want to lose the characteristic of kampung. But what happened is it is a top-down policy. So it's not necessarily ideal. And when Ali Sadikin became the governor, and then throughout during the construction boom, Sukarno at that time wants to create Jakarta as a modern city. So Ali Sadikin believed that Rusunawa is not yet a good decision to relocate the people from kampungs because it will be a shock cultures. It will not be able to facilitate how people live, blah, blah, blah. So he argued maybe we can reenact the policies that actually promote by Muhammad Husni Tamrin. So they have this with the aid of the World Bank at the time. But the good thing is that they have this what we call BAPAM MHT, Badan Pelaksana Project MHT. It's actually a very specific body that created to implement the program, and it has been a successful program. We received Aga Khan Award at the time, and then it has been improved more than 3 million peoples, and more than, I forgot, 10,000 hectares of land. But the problem is many critics, not the problem, the critics of toward the program is that it did not address the security of tenures or issues. Jelinek and who else argues that it's only applied to legal kampung. It didn't apply to kampungs that located in riverbanks, in railways, next to railways, etc. And during Sutioso, the only policies is forced evictions and Rusunawa. Also with Fauzi Bowo, the desire to fix kampung, he also again reenacted the program called MHT Plus, just like AIP, but again, he only addressed the legal slums, RW, meaning that is the one that do not have like problems or delicate, right? And then again, he has this forced eviction and then move people to Rusunawa. During Jokowi Ahok, Jokowi actually come up with this program called Kampung Deret. It's basically physical upgrading. Again, it did not address the security of tenure. Even actually his program was implemented above the disputed land, called what we call illegal land. So what happened is that it was evaluated by the BPK, or Badan Finance Inspectorate, that somehow banned this project. So it no longer happens. Even Ahok, when he tried to continue the project, he tried to get the fund from the CSR, or Corporate Social Responsibility. And during Anies Baswedan, he tried to have different approach. Maybe Elisa will explain later through Kampung Aquarium case. It is interesting that through the chip and chap, or actually cap and keep, community action plan and community collaborative implementation program, it's basically try to improve the physical environment of kampungs. But it is interestingly the program addressing both the legal and illegal kampungs, or both illegal and illegal airway. And then under Anies Baswedan, he also created this body called, it's actually national program, Land Reform Task Force, GTRA. It actually has to be in all provinces because it is based on presidential decree about the same agency. But what happens in Jakarta is he at least tried to address the illegality of the kampungs. So we don't know for sure whether the innovation or the different approach by Anies will sustain. But what worries me is if we haven't clear about how we perceive kampung, how we try to deal with kampungs, I think the problem we might have the same problems in the future. So I would like just to quote this I would like to say these two quotes for the last part of my presentation. So this is my understanding about kampung, right? For me, kampung is a space of anticipation. I borrow Abdul Malik Simon's terms. For me, it is an organic environment which developed through its inhabitants' intense interaction and activities. So the fluidity of kampungs, where physical, social, and economic space are intertwined, provide opportunities for residents to operate within uncertainty about the outcomes produced by their action. So kampung is not just a physical space. It's that where the people just going back from work, sleep in the evening in the place called kampung, but it is a social and also economic space. And one last quote from Abdul Malik Simon. For me, this is very interesting because if you put kampung in this context, he said that cityness refers to the city as the thing in the making. No matter how hard analysts and policymakers might try, practices of inhabiting the city are so diverse and change so quickly that they cannot easily be channeled into clearly defined use of space and resources or patterns of social interchange. In other words, at the heart of city life is the capacity for its different people, spaces, activities, and things to interact in ways that exceed any attempt to regulate them. I think I would like to bold this one, right? Basically exceed any attempts to regulate them. While the absence of regulation is commonly seen as a bad thing, one must first start with the understanding that no form of regulation can keep the city in line. For me, this is a very important notes from Malik's, that because with our desires, aspirations to fix the kampung without necessarily understanding what kampung is, it's basically threatening the future of kampungs. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbak Dian, for very great presentation. So I think from Mbak Dian presentation, we can see a lot of problems, issues regarding kampung, urban kampung. For example, how the government treats the urban kampung in Jakarta specifically, and then also how the kampung in Jakarta have their own contestation. Yeah, and then also Mbak Dian also tell us about the difficulties itself of defining the kampung. That's why what she yeah, also it happens from our government. And then the interesting things is I think how the government in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta, has different treatments, different programs with different aims in every political regimes maybe. And then yeah, of course it is very depends on the political will of each of the governor or the stakeholder. Yeah, I think for the participants, you can, if you have any question, you can use the Q&A features. I personally myself also have a lot of questions, but since we will join the Q&A sessions from Mbak Dian and also with Mbak Elisa question, now we will move into our second speakers in the first session. Mbak Elisa, are you ready now? Oh, okay. So I think while we waiting for Mbak Elisa, we will look at a short video first. Let me share our screen. Yeah. Wait a second. Yeah, so actually Mbak Elisa is still cannot join us right now. Please wait a second, okay? Yeah, I think we can have one Q&A session first for Mbak Dian while we're waiting also from Mbak Elisa. So Mbak Dian, there is one question from the Q&A section. Let me read it for you. Do we need to rethink about cities? Can we start maybe after COVID to stop the cars? For example, irregularities up to certain level is actually very beautiful. Creates humans public spaces. So it's not only become a room that is being ordered, humans inside their unit apartments only, and then the units regularly stacked, etc. That creates a beauty of human cities. We are too much oriented to the American grid thinking. Maybe we should rethink, learning also from the old European cities or town. Yeah, what do you think about that, Mbak Dian?
Thank you, Pak Antonio, for your questions. I think I've learned that many of the way we build the cities in Indonesia, for example, we mostly follow how American cities, right? Like how they create how they build, how the space, how we prioritize the cars, for example. And I think we should start thinking differently in terms of based on, like, for example, like the geography of knowledge, right? Because until today, the way we think is still dominated by how the Western think, the global North think. And I think there's one good book from Abdul Malik Simon, Jakarta Drawing the City Near. He basically argues about the global, I forgot the terms. Near south, Rika, can you help me with this? Near south, near global south, I forgot. So the idea is to look to start for, we basically say to the cities in the global north that maybe we can learn things from the global south. Maybe we can learn how we manage the cities from the global south. So because I've been reading this a good book from about the informal sectors in the US cities. It's actually in what is currently perceived as a new problem. But if you see near global south, yeah, so it's like near global south is the idea that we have to rethink the way we think about how we build the cities to see ourselves and then to really understand about ourselves and not necessarily follow the path of what we call negara maju or kota maju. So how we define what is maju for us, what is developed for us. And I think if we're able to answer that, we no longer have these aspirations to be the world-class cities and just follow what the word said, for example, like cities without slum, and then just eradicating what is actually the potential for us. I'm not saying that I want to romanticize Kampung, but if we can see how Kampungs has become a very important living space, so I think it's not a wise thing to do just to eradicate it in under the idea of modernization, for example.
Yeah. There's another question, but I think I want to ask my personal question since since I'm the moderator for today. So it is very interesting regarding the treatments from the government. Actually, I want to ask. You said earlier that there's a different treatment, right, with each regime, and then also I get this is actually my own. I'm wondering myself that whether do you think the government purposely neglect the social aspect of kampung? So in terms of what they want to make a modern citizen, yeah. So when they have the program for kampung, they only think about the infrastructure and neglecting the social aspect because their social aspect of kampung is very, I think, very
Dynamic.
close, yeah, and dynamic to the political situation in the city or in this country. What do you think about that?
There's this good a quote from one of the historian, quite famous here in Jakarta. I cannot mention his name, but you probably know. But he said that Kampung is actually always neglected by the government. You will, and I've also read this in many articles already, that the government will only intervene in kampungs when they see fit, when they see there's a program that basically needs to somehow intervene the kampungs. So I don't know what was the reason, probably because the understanding towards kampung that perceived the people is difficult to approach, or all the labels that attach with what we call nuisance talks, the urban blight, the ideas that, oh, kampungs where the criminals are. Even when I interview one of the quite prominent activists, Sandiawan Sumardi, he also said that in 1990s, Kampung Ciliwung is known as where the victims of Petrus are hiding. So the ideas of who are the people who live in kampung is not necessarily easy to interact with. I think that's how publics or even the government perceive kampungs. I don't know whether I'm answering your questions, but that's how maybe they then see this is not very easy to for example, like we always fight for participatory approach towards kampung, but it is not a really easy task because then you have to understand who you communicate to or communicate with, who you work with, and then the stigma that already attached in people's mind through these discourses for years already has make it more difficult, I think.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I asked the question because I think this last few years, the stigma about kampung is a little bit developed towards the political asset to a certain government side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always been kampung, as the historian said, kampung is only approach when we see fit. For example, during the election, kampung people always know that many politicians will come to the kampung promising few things. Even we should not forget that when Jokowi and Ahok ran for the governor of Jakarta in 2012, they basically parade with the alternative design proposed by Ciliwung Merdeka in the national television, arguing that this might be the solution for the kampung's upgrading program in the future. But we know what happens next, right? The evictions of Kampung Pulo and Bukit Duri. So how the politicians perceive kampung is how you see fit, how it's basically, yeah, that's how I would say that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mbak Dian, for answering the question right now. So we will continue the Q&A session after Mbak Elisa presentation. So now the next speaker is ready. Yeah, Mbak Elisa, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, then we have a short video first. Yeah, I hope you can hear it. Sure. All right.
Okay. So I guess this is a picture about Kampung Aquarium before it became Kampung Aquarium. That's in the past, aquarium was a research center built by colonial government and focusing on the maritime and fisheries. And it's on the tip of the North Jakarta, what we call as Kota Tua now, or Old City. So actually, so nearby Kampung, nearby the research center, there's a vibrant fish market, which is we also find that interestingly also documented in the with the Japanese painter who visited Jakarta in 1942 to 1945. So and this is also fish market in Jakarta at that time. So one of the community leaders from Kampung Aquarium was born in this fish market. And in 1990, so the it is a provincial-owned company, PD Pasar Jaya, which is also focusing on the market development. They reclaim some part of the river and become a market in 1990. And then this is also nearby. There's a water gate that connect to the Sunda Kelapa harbor, which is like the oldest harbor in Jakarta. Yeah, so it's a quite vibrant market. And this is Kampung Aquarium before eviction. So this is documentation that we received from the residents before eviction. According to the residents, that in 2015 it became a shooting area for musical video. So in the next year after that, then you have there's an eviction happening, but since I think Dian already mentioned that from 2014 to today, to 2017, there are stream of forced eviction happening in Jakarta. It's kind of like become a trend at that time. So within one day, the whole buildings in Kampung Aquarium was totally evicted, and then even they made some heritage wall nearby the Kampung. And after that, they live they move to the boat nearby, because some of them also fish fox and they own boat, and then they come back later on. But my presentation will not only talk about so I can jump into my presentation now, right? Okay. Thank you.
That's right, Melissa.
So I'm going to talk about layers, historical layers. because recently in Kampung Aquarium there's an excavation in July 2017, but I'm not going to talk about that. But when I went there, I found that by the time you're doing the excavation, you're not only digging into the certain year that you're aiming to. Of course, at that time, the archaeologists only aim to reach to the year that they desire, which is the colonial time, like the first layer in their mind. But by the time you dig the land, the soil, you can also find the layers, which is become a memory of the residents. Like at the time, Patedi, one of the prominent member of the Kampung Aquarium said, this is my house foundation. This is where the structure is located. And in 2000 something, I bought sands like how many rupiah, and then I put it here. And then in 2010, my house got burned. Then I have to rebuild again. This is where my toilet located. So by the time they excavated one by layer, one stories from one another people coming and this is my house as well. So I want to talk the history of common people. Rather than I don't really want to talk about the history of colonial time because it's not really makes sense for the Kampung Aquarium people, which is or even it's not really makes sense for the Kampung Aquarium people and their resistance and their fight to get their house back. So I think Dian already mentioned, so I'm going to maybe skip it a little bit fast. So the duality in Jakarta, the combination between formality or for government say informality, is already exists even during the colonial time and also still exists until today. So the green one is Kampung and the red one is a formal one, and it's always located on the strategic area, and at the same time it's a very high density population in terms of population, and until today most of them they don't have a proper land tenure, and this is also become a root of problem of many kampungs, as already maybe Dian mentioned. And we using a paper from Abidin Kusno. He's a quite famous urban sociologist, and then we map it, and then that's what we found today, that the map of Kampung, and we calculate roughly around 40% of the total Jakarta is still Kampung. And when we talk about Jakarta, you cannot really talk about there is one single entity in Jakarta. No, we always say that the layers of Jakarta is so rich. You have the layers of infrastructure. When you talk about Kota Tua, underneath you found the layer of the old structure of colonial train, and then tram, and soon, and then you have now Transjakarta, and pretty soon, maybe within 5 years, you have MRT, one of the layer, even though it's located underground. So you cannot really say that this one fixed layer is the most important layer. You cannot really say that if you're talking about the city as a product of a community, as a product of citizen. So it's a layer, everyone have their own important layer, and I think it is important to address and also have a discussion instead of selecting which layer that important. So yes, the reason why Professor Kanki like to gather many people from many East Asian cities or other cities, because the form of kampung is not only found in Jakarta, but also somehow quite similar to other settlement, like in Tokyo and in Mumbai. And when we invite 3 kampung residents to Tokyo and coming to Kyoto and to Osaka, they keep saying, they so similar like kampung, but on the different only they are more cleaner. And then when they visit to Taipei and then meeting with the kampung people in Taipei, apparently they share the same language. So apparently this kind of settlement, which is a product by the people, is everywhere. So I guess it's a good thing that we have this conference so we can learn each other. So yeah, I'm going to refresh a bit about the history. So Kampung Aquarium is located on the island, which is resulting from the soil sedimentation, because the Cilung River, the main river, is have a heavy sediments, and also a main line for the transportation and also for logistic. So they need someone, native people, to clean up the river, and they dug up the sediment and now become a Kampung Aquarium, and including other kampung called Luar Batang. In this island, there are 3 different buildings actually. One is a fish market, the one that saw in the video, and then the people market called Hexagon now, and then the other one is Marine Research Laboratory Center, which is now the location of Kampung Aquarium. But along the time, this laboratorium actually have different buildings in the past, because there's a temporary building. Then when they secure more money, I mean the colonial government secure more money, they built more buildings, and they built another facility. So in the Japanese occupation era, there's important event happening around like 150 meters from Kampung Aquarium, which is located in the fish market. So at that time, Sukarno, our first president, he was exiled before for 13 years, and then he come back to Jakarta during the Japanese occupation era, and they landed in the fish market. And he said this quote, even though many people doubt that, because it's famously written in the Sukarno biography. He said this: the area is crammed with stalls selling seafood. The water is dirty, live fish heads and trash float all over the place, or in the surface of water. The fishy smell of dead fish filled the air. However, as I was being helped up by the stone step who headed to the mainland, I thought this is the most beautiful sight I've ever seen in my life, because he saw people working, struggling, but still smiling, but still working, and very optimistic despite the condition. So I guess this for him is an interesting scenery. And then in the post-independence, even though the picture is in the 1920, the Kampung, the facility, the research center facility, become a popular public place, because you can see fish. They have a fish pond and also aquarium. That's why they call it Kampung Aquarium. And it's replaced in 1950, after the independence. It replaced the name, become a facility from the government. But in 1970, they have agreement, LIPI has agreement with Jakarta government to swap land for the land in other part. But they never really finalize it into the deed, you know. So this agreement is kind of like informal, like it remind us how the Kampung people also, when they want to occupy a land, they also have this informal agreement. So what happened within the government with this land thing is also what happened within the local people. So, and then this is the contemporary history after they moved to Sunter. So the facility is still there, but some of the houses become a dormitory for civil servant. And then in 2010, unfortunately, there big fire, which is most of the building, including the original building, were destroyed. So one thing that we found interesting, we found an old document, not really old, like old planning document from 1990. Apparently, Dutch government sponsor important person, including our fourth president, 1, 2, 3, yeah. is it fourth? Yeah, our fourth president, Abdurrahman Wahid, to go to have a workshop in Netherlands to discuss about the future of Sunda Kelapa, and they come out with with a master plan, and the development supposedly we're going to use a IGI loan. But since it's going to be affected some people, according to historian Chandrian, Abdurrahman Wahid say no to this project, and finally it's cancelled. And soon the IGGI also disbanded. So it's quite interesting because this kind of eviction actually happening also, eviction threat also happening in the past until they really affected in 2016. And then apparently some people want to imitate what happened with Sukarno back in 1942. When when this leader want to say that this is the fish market is important, the maritime culture is important, and it's also being used by our president Jokowi when he became the president in 2014, and he first declared the speech in Sunda Kelapa, which is also like 50 meters apart, only separate by a canal from Kampung Aquarium. So this is what he said. We have long had our backs on the ocean, sea, strait, and gulf. So starting today, we will return to our ancestors as brave sailors facing storm and wave on a ship called Republic of Indonesia. But 2 years after that, the Kampung Aquarium was evicted. So yeah, you already saw the eviction. And of course, it's not done by Jokowi, but it was done by his previous counterpart in Jakarta government. So, but what interested for us actually the history of resistance and how the people try to make a ecosystem of resistance to overcome the eviction and also to overcome all kind of problem they face after that. And I think if you ask the people in our aquarium, of course they don't remember what happened in colonial time. The oldest people in Kampung Aquarium lived there starting in 1970. Even Ibu Dharma Diani, who was born in Fish Market, he's not born in Kampung Aquarium, but born in nearby. So the history of Kampung Aquarium as a settlement is starting like 40 years ago. So it's very hard for them to connect to what happened to colonial time. But for them, it's very, what happened the present time in the contemporary way is more connected to them. And for if you ask the activists, the Kampung Aquarium activists, who are those people who die during the survival time after the eviction? Maybe they can name it one by one, but they cannot name it like who are those people who landed in fish market together with Sukarno. Maybe they don't remember because it's not relevant to them. So maybe, so here's the, usually if you are an archaeologist or if you are working in the field of the cultural heritage or you want to make a heritage significance or whatever it is, then you always start with the context, and then you start with the looking to the transformation of the map and looking into the old map and all kind of information. So this is what I found during my research when I helped them to prepare for the CMP, Conservation Management Plan. So of course I found this, the map, and then I analyzed it using my knowledge, my expertise, and then I read many reports. But what interested me, the picture coming from reports of the heritage expert team of Jakarta government. And when you see the report, for me, it's very interesting when they cut out, you see the picture number 3, they cut out the settlement. Actually, at that time, they already make a temporary shelter. But apparently for the heritage expert, it's not really important. But in the first picture and in the second picture, they're showing the whole island. But by the time you go to 2016, they cut out where the people held their ground. So this is also fine. I found this one on the inside cover of the heritage expert team report. Again, they cut out the whole island. They cut out the half of the island where the people really live. And maybe they found it irrelevant for the heritage report. It's not important. It's really funny. They always include the whole island, but by the time they coming to contemporary way, contemporary year, or coming to the where the people really live, they really cut out and left the image. Only put the heritage according to what they think as a heritage. So again, I just want to put this resistance into the context of the long heritage or the concept or the long can I say the long period of Kampung Aquarium live. So you know the problem with the urban planning is always never neutral. There is always the production of the resistance. There is always the production of the colonial practice in terms of technocratic process of complicated spatial planning. And always the victim are the people who deem as incorrect to the planning. So maybe I skip this and go to this. And by the time we make this, everyone who wants to make the conservation or try to assess the significance, are they really asking what is the everyday practice for these people? What kind of resistance they always find every day? What kind of practice they produce? Or what kind of involvement the citizen when they try to image or shaping the landscape? So the landscape, of course, you have this heritage landscape surround you, but the people also part of the landscape. But when they make this kind of assessment, do they really think about the people who live there, who reside there for like more than 40 years? Because by the time you are reaching 40, if you were born there, then you're also part of the history. So are they significant enough? Are the residents significant enough? And I don't think I found any positive message about the people there inside any kind of heritage report produced by the government supporting the people. No, but they always think about the old, the dead monument, the ruin and everything, but never really about the people. So maybe for the people of Kampung Aquarium, this is something they remember. Happiness they found when they have a workshop with a cheerful Japanese artist named Jun Kitazawa, or when they found there's a greeneries which is already blossoming for 2 years after the eviction, or even the groundbreaking, which is just happening like 1 month ago. Maybe this is memory that precious for them become a part of their history. Maybe for them this is more significant. Maybe one significant thing is when they march into the state court suing the government about the eviction. That's on the picture on the right side together with their lawyer, or when they sign a political contract with our current governor, or when they see or when they have this community mapping together with the other residents inside inside their mushola, or when the special rapporteur Leilani Farha visit their kampung. Maybe it's more important, more significance for them rather than old structure of these colonial buildings. That's also a research center, which is also, we also have another research center, many research center all over the place from 20th centuries. So do you really consider these people memories, or you only consider these layers that already passed gone and even still, is it still relevant for today? So, and this is, I also want to invite you to see this green textile. This is interesting, how can I say, poster, big poster. Actually, this is a poster, but they use it for many times, and it become like part of their part of their struggle as well. So they put a request to the governor saying that we don't want you to become a president. Please become a governor for 5 years and fulfill your promise. But before they utilize the green poster, they use it as the mattress for their meeting. And they use it again for another meeting. And this kind of mattress become part of their history by the time they talking about this resistance. So for I don't know, but for me, this is important artifacts that related to their resistance, which is they've been utilized and become part of them. Even though this look like mundane and ordinary material, but for me it's a very important. I'm not sure whether for them it's important or not, but again, and then they utilize it again for another cause, and then they utilize it again until it's really broke. So that's a history for them. That's an artifact for them. So again, if you make a significance, usually then you study about association, you study about technical achievement. But by the time you come back and then propose it to the residents, sometimes they confuse. Is it really significant for us? Is it really important? So and I think we have to rethink what should we do when we discuss about this significance with the residents, because by the time the heritage team or whatever it is, they never really discuss it with the resident. What kind of significance that important for you? So in this presentation, I just really want to make the reason why we have this field school, because we want to highlight the importance of the history from the common people perspective. So for my perspective, which is the one that I gather from the people, from the people's experience and people sharing, is for them, Kampung Aquarium is a testimony of struggle of leaders on the past time, and also for the leaders of today, and also for the common people. They, in the trying to realizing the independence and the human rights, in this case is the fighting for the housing. And also a side, yes, it's also interesting side. The shape is interesting because it's a combination between a natural phenomena. That's why they still use it as a small harbor for the fisherfolk to go to the sea, but it's also very dynamic, and also an epicentrum for the contemporary changes in the city due to relation of the economic, social, political relationship between the people and the government. So I guess this is just kind of like open question. I still have really tested to the residents. Is it really true? Do you feel that way? Or do you think it's something else that you think, something else that more important than this? This is also the process. The field school also the process for them to really write down what is the important thing for you. So I hope that it can provoke you to rethink what is the history and what is the purpose for the common people. So okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mbak Elisa, for your presentation. I think it is very interesting that you talk about the layers of Kampung Aquarium, especially, for example, when the Lippi era and then post-Lippi era, and then of course when we enter the political and the election era, and then after the post-eviction, Kampung Aquarium reconstruction, and then you also give an example of physical evidence what the people of Kampung Aquarium think that important for them as the part of their history. So after this, we have the first Q&A session. I will Yeah, there is already several questions. I know this is from our participants of field school workshop. The first one is from Rani Bening to Mbak Dian. So according to Mbak Dian, the government as a function of public services, apart from the problem occurs in the Kampung Aquarium, how are the relationship and characteristic of government actions that should be taken to create safe and comfortable settlements in accordance with human rights? So she's asking about what is the characteristic and relationship should we take from the government? Yeah, it is the first question from Rani Bening. And then Andi Rahmat Arif Ramdhani asks Mbak Elisa, is the poster still exist? Because I have an idea to put it on one of the blog. Oh yeah, because Andi Rahmat is a participant from group 5, which the group will also create proposal to include in the design of Kampung Aquarium. So actually he's asking about whether the poster still exists and they can use it in the future to publicly show Kampung Aquarium history to the public of Jakarta and also international. Maybe we can answer the first question for Mbak Dian.
For Rani, thank you for the question. So if we talk about the government, we probably have to, just like Marisa said earlier, we should see layers, right? There's the governor who's also a politician, and the bureaucrats who works for the governor, quote unquote, for each term. So if you say about the governments, there's always this different a different way of perceive something or different approach and different interest of for sure. So if we see the governor Anies Baswedan, I think he has the interest to fulfill his promises and to maintain to have Kampung Aquarium as one of the examples to basically realizing his vision about kampungs. He has his own vision, and he kept repeating it in many public statement that he had earlier. So he has these ideas, and we have bureaucrats who have also who maybe some of the bureaucrats here can also correct me if I'm wrong, but which I understood is that they live according to the rules and to the regulations, right? So they basically said that they just are implementing the regulation. So even though the current government have a very good intention on how to create a better relationship with the kampungs and how to actually implement the idea of participatory approach, it's basically not very easy in the practice because of this different perspective for sure. Like the governor perceived that it is supposed to be not easy, but it's feasible to shift our perspective towards kampung to see what possible to build together with the kampung's residents. But for the bureaucrats throughout the process, as Buyani and Andes and Marisa mentioned yesterday in the talks yesterday, is that, for example, design is keep changing from the beginning. For the past 3 years, the design have been changing, have been altered to basically accommodate different regulation, for example. So the bureaucrats will only respond based on the regulation. So what we can do, but we all know for sure that regulation can be changed. Regulations is produced by us. For example, of course, there are layers. There are governor decree, there are bylaw that require the parliament members to agree upon some things, but it basically can be transformable. So I think it depends on how you perceive the peoples and how you acknowledge that they also have knowledge. And then as what Marisa, our Rujak has this motto, like co-productions of knowledge, I think both the government and the Kampung residents can start the process. And despite the struggle, despite the sad experience or the bitterness that Kampung residents have been through for the past 4 years, I think Kampung Aquarium can be a good example on how the governments try to respond differently and then to try to produce something different with the people. But it's not easy. And then if you want to replicate the same approach to other kampungs throughout this program, the government programs, I think it's feasible, but it still need a hard work. I don't know whether I am answering Rani question.
Yeah, I think you are answering it very well. So, from the perspective of political will, the will is already changing to that direction, but we still have to do very hard work to create bigger influence, to create new regulations that allow this type of project with Kampung, participatory project with Kampung to always exist even after this political term, this Anies Baswedan governor term is ended, right? Okay, I think we can go to the, for my Elisa, maybe there is two questions here. The first one, later I read earlier about the poster and the idea to bring it to the, to expose it to the public. And then the second one from Amira Paramita. How about the history of Kampung Aquarium relation with its surroundings? As they continue their resistance, I saw some changing relationship and impact of Kampung to Jakarta. How do you define the relationship of Kampung Aquarium that they have then and now to Jakarta context? Yeah.
Okay, uh, so the community architect just informed me that the poster actually owned by the Sebaja. Sebaja is an organization of pedicab drivers, and and it's currently somewhere in the JRMK, the Jakarta Urban Poor Network. So I guess now I kind of like, if you heard the story about sisterhood of traveling pants, probably this one is it's not really sisterhood and brotherhood of traveling poster. I guess moving around it's kampung. So yeah. So yeah, so maybe somewhere, but it's not only the history about Kampung Aquarium, the poster. And that's to answer the Amira question, because the poster also related to other kampung. So the struggle is not only Kampung Aquarium struggle, even it's not only the kampung, the nearby kampung struggle. I think it's every kampung struggle, all kampung struggle, especially the one who doesn't have clear tenure. I don't want to say informal, but or illegal. I just want to say a clear tenure. So everyone who doesn't have the security of tenure will easily become more. They more understand to what the struggle of Kampung Aquarium had. So I guess the significance is not only about Kampung Aquarium, but also about this kind of type of relationship between the government and the Kampung people, and also the Kampung itself. So for me, Kampung Aquarium is a symbol, not only for Kampung Aquarium itself, but also for other kampung. So it could be in other place, but now it's represented by Kampung Aquarium. So again, the history is actually never really stopped. It's still ongoing. So the relationship actually is still unchanging. And the importance of if you want to talk about the history and then the needs of Kampung Aquarium to make a museum or memorial or whatever it is. So it's important to document it, this changing relationship. So I cannot really answer that. What kind of history? Well, how about the history with other kampung? Because it's still ongoing, and I guess it's important to just to say that we have to document it. We have to acknowledge it, that this is not only Kampung Aquarium struggle, but Kampung Aquarium, yes, is a symbol. So I hope it's answer your question, but I think Dian also want to answer that question.
Yeah, please, Mbak Dian, if you have anything to add more to the Mbak Amira question, you can also add it. About the,
I think, yeah, I think, of course, Kampung Aquarium what I've seen, so according to to follow the political contract, the governor issued this governor decree number 878 2018 about the priority kampungs, right? That he promised to, through this program, to upgrade the kampungs and then to try to approach differently in terms of the legal status of the land. And on top of that, he also issued another decree to basically improve 420 kampung RW kumuh or slums area in Jakarta. And I think if you see the Kampung Aquarium is, as I said earlier, it's examples of, it can be, I don't like the best practice ideas, and I don't want what happens in I don't want to approach that. I disagree with the approach that replication, right? I don't think the exact same thing can be replicated. Each site, each cases has different characteristics. Kampung Aquarium has, for example, like heritage background, community, the type of community organizing also different with other kampungs or with other places in Jakarta. So I think it probably have different way of approach, but what should be underlined here is the perspective that need to be changed in terms how you perceive kampung, how you perceive the people. For example, like in terms of design for the Kampung Aquarium, we still have what Melissa said earlier, the technocratic approach, believing that we will give the best for the kampung. We are the one who are equipped. We are the expert that can give a good solutions to kampung. I think despite that it has a good intention, it's not necessarily answering what the kampung resident actually need. So you can imagine if the approach, the relationship of each kampung and the surrounding area is transformed to this kind of new approach, and it will be changed Jakarta. Even the one that I mentioned earlier about the statement of Simon, right? That regardless of how we try, cities cannot be in line, right? Like, because it's a life thing. It's a life. So how can you tame something that really live and very dynamic? I think that's how influence the city. I don't know whether I'm answering your question.
I think you answered very good, Mbak Dian. Yeah, so we already have 3 questions for our first Q&A session. Now I open the second Q&A session for the public participants. Please also you can ask your question in a Q&A section. Okay, we already have some. Let me see. We still have 2 questions from participants. I think I will focus on the public participant first this session. Okay, there is a question from Antonio Ismail Risianto. About the kampung, about the floating village or village above water. And then the old days, we were also involved in Sunda Kelapa or Luar Batang slums, try to solve it by going permukiman di atas air or the settlements above the water. Actually, many of the fishermen village can maybe solve here, but again, we need the regulation living with nature, especially there's so much living condition in slums in East Indonesia. Yeah, so more or less, they agree about what Mbak Elisa and Mbak Dian also saying. Yeah, because we're still waiting, I think we can answer 2 other questions from our workshop participants. The first one is from Andi Rahmat Arif Ramdhani. Actually, they're asking about kampung. They take example from Abdi Dalam Kampung in Yogyakarta, which was inhabited by Abdi Dalam through this role, but they already carried out the kampung from generation to generation. And then the question is, if kampung also contain a cultural heritage site, and what does it supposed to look like, kampung and cultural heritage site together? Maybe I can address this question to both Mbak Dian and also Mbak Elisa. cultural heritage and Kampung. Maybe this question is actually the intention of this workshop.
Melissa, do you want to answer first?
Yeah, actually, this one I will answer this one on my lecture on Wednesday. No, just kidding. But my lecture will be about historic urban landscape. So yeah, I agree. So I guess when you're talking yesterday also both Kanki Sensei and Hiroto said san actually have this we have this small workshop for the participant only. But in that case, when you discuss about, they come out with a very interesting quotes actually coming from the last workshop. Yes. When you talk about cultural heritage, you're not only talking about the tradition, but also you're talking about how they live day by you're talking about the daily life as well, and then even the morphology inside the kampung, how they utilize the space, how they utilize the common space in front of their houses become a cultural landscape, and how they, because Kampung Aquarium located on the seaside, or actually on the mouth of the river, and how they when Kanki Sensei give this example, it just remind me, yeah, that's also a cultural significance. She mentioned about the tradition by these fisher folk who live in Kampung Aquarium, that they always try to come back as soon as possible before lunchtime so they can have a lunch with their family in Kampung Aquarium. So it meaning that you cannot really go far from your kampung. They always come back. It's different with other kampung, like in Muara Baru, also a fisher folk kampung. They manage to even in Muara Angke, which is only like 5 kilometers away, they have bigger boat, and so they can go for like 1 month. They don't have this tradition of coming back for lunch. So this kind of small tradition still happening, and they even though how old are you, and then even Ibu Yani, the leader of the Kampung Aquarium, said she still remember the smell, how his father selling the fish, and how they still producing fish soup and everything that coming from the old recipe. I guess that's also part of the cultural landscape. It's not only about the how to say adiluhung in English. So it's not only the monumental tradition, but also the daily life of the people also important as well.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Elisa. Maybe Mbak Dian, you would want to add something?
This is kind of like what is complicated question for me in terms of, I have in terms of heritage, I have my own sense about heritage in terms of I believe kampung is an organic one, right? Kampung is kampung is a live thing, so it grows based on what the residents reactions, activities, and it basically responds to what happens in the surrounding. So I don't see, if you clock the kampung, if you basically seal the kampung into a cultural heritage, it might be, when you still can call it kampungs, in a way that it's freeze. You basically freeze the kampung to certain period that it represented by specific kampungs. And if we can say that, maybe we can represent it, the cultural heritage based with the landscape, with the buildings in the kampungs. But what about the people? What if the people that live the kampungs, so they no longer practice the same culture that is actually representing the area as a cultural heritage, kampung, for example? I think either, this is interest to preserve the representations of what we have in the past, right? Like, this is a cultural heritage area, so we have to preserve it in order to maintain our memories that we had these type of living type of cultures in the past. But either we basically freeze that, and then invited everyone who love the same culture to live, or we don't have that kind of arrangement. Because if you have the same person that live throughout years, but they no longer practice the same as they had in the past, can we still call it heritage? Meaning, if we agree the heritage is something that you want to freeze the past into present, like we had in Kampung Condet, they basically freeze it through the zoning, right? You cannot it's not basically develop in terms of it's not adapt to the surrounding, because you cannot make any transformations towards your place because it's heritage. So I don't know whether heritage is something that maybe, because I've never studied heritage particularly, so I don't know whether I can answer this question, but this is my sense about Kampung, that for me Kampung is supposed to be adaptive, and then they can be whatever they want, and our effort to preserve kampungs, basically, I think we have to be careful with our ideas to preserve kampung, because we might freeze them, and then for me it can no longer called kampung.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dian, for your answer. And then another question from Nafrida. Yeah, actually this question is quite similar from the last one. So the question is, after seeing various kind of changes from year to year, there are certainly many changes both in terms of physical and social values. So for now, what social values still exist and characterize Kampung Aquarium? Yeah, Mbak Elisa, maybe, yeah.
Which one? Which is what? Where is the question?
Nafrida.
Okay.
Social values that still exist and characterize Kampung Aquarium.
For me, maybe this question better ask to Kampung people, but
yeah.
again, but I will try to answer it from my perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, it's interesting how they have this deliberation if they have this agreement. For me, it's always interesting, and how they try to. I mean, the politics inside the kampung for me is always interesting. So I found it's quite different with other kampung. I don't know whether because I only interact actively after they evicted. I don't know whether they have it in the past before the eviction, or they only have it after the eviction. They become more efficient in producing, in organizing within themselves, with making the small teams, and even if within the small teams they have this, this, how can I say this, small conflict, but they manage to subdue it, and this dynamic. For me, is something that interesting. And during the COVID, I also found that their social, not really social, their solidarity among themselves also important to make through all this hardship during COVID. And I cannot find, this is only happening in Kampung Aquarium, I guess in many kampung as well. I cannot find this kind of solidarity inside my complex, inside my residential complex, for example. And other thing, because Kampung Aquarium, they visited by many foreigners in the past, even before eviction, many tourists come. So they quite open to everyone. So when they become a host for 92 Catholic junior high school students, and they have a live-in program for three days and 2 nights for these junior high school students, they instantly click and then sharing everything. From food stories, and they even feel pity for the students, because poor them, because they hardly meet their parents, because their parents are so busy and all those things. They easily forget their hardship, but they see other people hardship become more important than their hardship. So for me, it's, oh my God, you are so more sensitive than I am, you know. So I like that kind of their value, and I hope we can still preserve, or not really preserve, but conserve those kind of value. So
and can I also add to that, Vidya?
Sure.
Through my interaction with Kampung Aquarium residents, I've learned that the idea of the solidarity that Melissa mentioned, and also that I mentioned in the presentation earlier, I think it's also amused me when they not only solidarity have a solidarity among the people in the kampung, but also to kampung or outsiders, to kampung in other kampungs. For example, like during the eviction in Rawajati, many of kampung aquarium residents go there and then try to support the residents against the evictions. It only happens a few months after they've been evicted. So considering that they also have their own problems, but they still went there and then help the other residents to fight for the eviction. And then another thing is Kampung Aquarium is one of the priority kampung. And also it has received a spotlight from many institutions, actors, right? So during the COVID, for example, there are so many aids sent to Kampung Aquarium. There are so many donations, but they also distribute it to other kampungs that they meet. So I think I like the idea that despite what they had, despite the situations that they had, they still also think about other kampungs and then share the same the blessing that they had with other kampungs. I think that's what important values that I've learned from them.
Okay, thank you, Madian. So I think Nafrida, you and your group can find out more about it. You can answer this question with your group by this process. I hope at the end of this week you already have the answers by maybe interviewing people from Kampung Aquarium or by the Kampung Aquarium participants that are in your group. Yeah, so actually we are now running out of questions. Uh, yeah, there is no other question. Oh no, someone raised their hand. I will allow Yensa Margaret to talk. Hello. Hello. Yensa, are you going to ask some question maybe?
I saw some question in the Zoom chat room as well.
Zoom chat room. Oh,
Between
sorry. Oh yeah. I see.
Translation.
It's got flooded by the Japanese translation. Okay, I will read it. So, hello from Elisa and Madia. There are various types of government from our local government. What do you think is the wiser way to deal with the problem of urban density and slum housing? Wiser way to deal with the problem of urban. Is it really by affecting? As a common person, in my opinion, the stigma in eviction is always about government versus public or community. The society are afraid to face the government and the Satpol PP, even though it seems like it is not about who is stronger, because the community is also part of the city. So as an urban community who are closer to the voice of the public, what is the best advice for real acts to our government or future government regarding urban density and slum housing like this? Yeah. Maybe I will address this question for both of you. So maybe who is going to answer first, Melissa or Madian?
Okay, I would like to answer. I would try to answer.
Yeah.
So
sure.
in terms of, you said that they shouldn't be afraid, but yeah, I don't think they have a better relationship between Kampung residents and Satpol PP and the government unless during the eviction day when they bring all this bego and the machine. Of course, the residents will have afraid towards the Satpol PP and the government. There are so many good examples happens today on how to deal with the densities and slums housing. I think Rujak has helped many communities together work with the Urban Pro Consortium and the JRMK, Jaringan Rakyat Miskin Kota, who tries to come up with alternative solutions against this density and quote unquote slums issues. For example, like they are now working in Muara Angke, in Lengkong, including aquarium. So all this work that they've been working together is an effort to try to solve the issues, to for example, like maximize the densities. As I said earlier, I'm not against vertical housing. What I'm against is that if the process is not involving the people, if the process is not put the people as the main subject of this upgrading process. So I think that's what necessary to change the perspective that you can actually work with the people, that you can actually listen to each other's, and then you can together come up with solutions, better solutions that first it tries to solve the problems, but also to maintain the sustainability of the program in the future. If you had the people involved in the beginning, and then for example, like Kampung Korea, maybe Melissa and others already mentions that they plan to have the management of the Kampung Susun by the people. It's basically the point that they want to show that it can maintain the sustainability aspect of the Kampung Susun if the people itself who run and manage the place. But also, what also important is to address the land issues. We all know that in Jakarta and many other cities in Indonesia, land issue always has become a problem in terms of we don't have yet a registration for all the land, and then for throughout years, even in the kampung scale, the registration is on the kelurahan level, and then it's so easy to be manipulated by those who have power to access the land in the BPN. So then somehow the land certificate or the land will be claimed by others. So it's still delicate issues, and I think it needs good attention from the governments to really address this issue. And it's not only distributing the land as what happened today. Addressing land issues, not necessarily just giving the land each bite for the communities, because as Hernando de Soto argued a few years ago that, it can solve the problems of poverty, because when you give the land title to each individuals or each family, poor family, they can somehow solve, they can improve their economic situation, because they can put it as a guarantee to the bank. But what happened is, as I mentioned in my slide, is the land grabbing. The developers will see it as lucrative areas because the poor already transformed the area from, for example, swamp or any area previously, and they have cultivated and they have improved the land. But then when the government distributed the certificate each individually, then it's become gentrified. So I don't think it is the best. So still, you need to collaborate with the people, and for the people itself to be organized, and then to be organized, and then to come up with solutions from their side. And the role of Rujak or UPCs and other organizations just to help in the process, but also to give their advice, but still not considering that they are the one who will provide solutions for everything.
All right. Thank you, Mbak Dian. And from Mbak Elisa, maybe?
Okay, so actually now compared to previous administrative, Jakarta government actually have a good programs that also showing that they changing the narrative and changing the paradigm on how to deal with kampung. Meaning that they become a platform to solve the agrarian conflict. That's through the agrarian team. And at the same time, after you manage the conflict, the agrarian conflict or agrarian question that happening within the kampung, then the government also have another program called community action planning. Even though there are so many things that need to be improved within this community action planning program, but at least they answering the correct question for once, which is the agrarian problem. If you don't manage the agrarian problem, then you always find the future problem, the future eviction happening. So yeah, so that's so after that, what kind of government that's supposed to do to address the kampung problem? So I guess the government cannot be too technocratic, cannot be too restricted. They have to be open to all kind of approach. Because again, the kampung is a social production, so you cannot really say that you can only have one solution. So you have to be open for many solutions. That's coming from the which is coming from the community. So right now, the governor always said that Jakarta is a city 4.0, which is a city for collaboration. So so I guess it's for one time Jakarta hit the buzzword correctly. You cannot really build a city only for one part. So in this case, that if you invite the kampung to collaborate, as long as you manage the agrarian question correctly, then they can improve themselves together with the government. So right now it's quite okay as long as you improve yourself, improve improve within the government.
Okay, thank you for both of your answers. So, because our time is almost running out, maybe I will give both of you an opportunity to have a closing statement, maybe for around 1 minute for each of you about our theme today, Kampung and historic urban landscape, especially for Jakarta case. Uh, Maybe from Melissa or Madian. Which one of you want to go first?
Melissa.
Melissa, please.
Yeah, actually, I want my closing statement is to answer one of the question. So one of the question, actually, this question is for Dian, saying that the
Yeah.
Kampung only will be growing because there's urbanization. So that's also the not stigma, but this also a myth as well. Yes, some part in one part that Jakarta was growing because of the uh, urbanization coming from not urbanization, migration coming from village to the city, to the big city. But actually, no, not happening now. Even the population in Jakarta is shrinking. And even though you found some similar people, they're just moving around because they affected in one place and they move to another place, and there's the cycle is all over again, continue like that. Actually, the kind of urbanization happening in Indonesia is actually is a changing between it's not changing, but the rural area become urbanized in terms of they become urbanized by the developers and develop a new town instead of a moving of the city. So I guess that's also the question of of the power itself, whether the people really have a power to change the city or not. So and then to 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 sum up, I guess it's also related to the history itself, because if you don't give enough space for people to divine the history, either in the form of the museum for the common people, or the where they can express their view on the spatial planning, they can express how we can organize ourselves within our kampung, then it will be repeated again. You know, this kind of uh, history that always try to expel these residents from the kampung. So I guess you have to start to acknowledge kampung in not only in the planning document, but also in the historical moment as well. Yesterday, actually, is in 1945, 19 September of 1945 is a confirmation of our independence. Of our proclamation by showing showing a big meeting in the national monument, and it was held by the organized by young people, and the people who come there is a kampung people, 250,000 kampung people and warriors, Betawi warriors coming from many villages and kampung, and coming to the monument, to the national, now is a national monument, and express that we want to proclaim our independence. So that's the role of kampung people. But are they really in our history books? Not much. So I guess it's time to put them into into not into the main context. The history is not only for about the big people, but also the small people as well. So and the planning is not only about the national project, but also the small project as well. So yeah, I guess that's my closing statement.
Thank you, Melissa. Now we are going to Mbak Dian.
Okay. I also tried to answer that question in terms of, I think with all the good intentions, the government, both national and local governments, is so eager or aspired to solve the housing backlog. They want to fulfill this backlog, and then they want to basically provide settlements for people in good intentions. But what happens is we tend to disacknowledge what already exists. For example, the kampungs. So instead of acknowledging kampungs and then improve it as it is as a kampungs, they tend to solve the problems by relocating the kampungs to Rusunawa, which actually creating the new problems like vicious cycles. So I think rather than, I mean, of course, creating new spaces, building more units, affordable houses is still necessary. But while doing that, and then it's still also debatable which approach is best, because what happens today is the government tends to ignore that Indonesia is built from or by self-help housing approach, right? The swadaya, that people, 60% of houses in Indonesia is basically built by the people itself, not developers. So I think we need to start acknowledging kampungs as part of the solutions, and not seen as a problems that need to be fixed and relocated to the very strict design that is not at all incorporated the life of kampungs. So I think once we acknowledge that, I think we already solve half of the problems in terms of how to provide affordable housing, because then you celebrated what we already is, and then improve what it is today. And there are so many ways to improve without necessarily contradicting one each other. So like we need to solve the physical, the deteriorating of physical environment, like what we call slums, and we need to also improve the density. But we can also do that by still appreciating what kampung is or what kampungs are.
Okay, thank you so much, Mbak Dian. So I think that's all for our first session today. I thank you so much for both of our speakers today, to Mbak Dian and Mbak Elisa. Thank you for your great experience to share with us today, and I hope it can be an important information too for our participants and also from public. And then after this, we will have a break, a lunch break for 1 hour. So no, I think because we already over our time limit, we will meet in around 55 minutes than now to start our second session with Professor Woo Sin-ko from Pusan National University, South Korea, and also our third session, Professor Woo Jin-young from National Taiwan University. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Let's meet again in 55 minutes. Thank you, Mbak Dian, Mbak Elisa.
Thank you, Vidya. Thank you, Professor Kanki, for translating to Japanese.
Participants. So, are we going to watch movie, or
Yeah.
can have hi, Professor Wu.
Yeah. So I will. Hi, nice to see you, Professor Jin Young and Sin-ko. Yeah. Wait a second.
So, Vidya preparing a movie for just in case if you can have lunch on your desk, but it might be too boring, right? If you don't see anything on the screen. So, Vidya preparing a movie, but with English caption. Don't worry.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Please wait a second. Let me. Where is it?
So the movie is about a fiction. It's from quite famous local documenter called Watchdog. So you can also see what happened in Kampung Aquarium and other kampung as well in 2015 to 2016.
Can you hear the sound?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
Halo. Selamat datang di Kampung Bukit Duri. Di sini ada orang yang main burung, namanya Cemet, Rangga, saya dan bermain burung. Orangnya orang gila semua. Pepen. Nah, ini namanya Faisal. Badan ceking seperti kecoa. Ini Ariel, bisa dijadiin soto. Di sini adalah kampung bakal mainan. Nah, kenapa perut abang jadi besar sekali seperti bom?
Sebenarnya sih saya nggak bolak-balik ya, tetap aja saya di sini. Paling beberapa hari aja saya ke sana. Apalagi juga kerjaan saya emang di sini dan juga perahu saya sandarnya di sini, mata pencarian saya di sini. Saya kalau nggak mikir anak saya mungkin bertahan aja di sini.
Jadi lah berada ya. Naik.
Kapal putih.
Udah berapa lama Pak bertahan di sana?
Di mana tuh?
Di perahu.
Di perahu. Saya ya sampai sekarang sih, tapi kalau pas pada saat penggusuran saya bertahan hampir bulan ya. Di sini gubuk abang saya,
bukan di sini tempatnya.
orang tua saya, dan termasuk saya juga sering kemari. Gitu. Ya, bertahannya di bedengin, nah yang bedeng-bedeng di pinggir ini manusia perahu semua yang tadi di perahu, bagian sudah pindah mereka kemari. Nih korban manusia perahu juga nih. Tadi tidur di perahu ini, padahal kan 5 keluarga tidur di perahu ini nih. Sampai sekarang juga masih ada yang pada tidur. Sama di perahu ini juga masih ada orang yang pada tidur.
Jangan ingat-ingat dong manusia perahu sedih tahu.
Ya emang pada dasarnya kita kan tenernya di situ.
Ya tapi kan kita sedih kalau ingat masa lalu. Manusia perahu lagi, manusia perahu lagi.
Saya Muhammad Alwi, umur 40 tahun, dan saya menekuni profesi sebagai nelayan budidaya kerang hijau. Itu tepatnya pada tahun 2005. Menekuni usahanya ini, termasuk mau bikin lagi, jadi dia sifatnya ragu, karena sampai sekarang belum ada kepastian antara nggak digusur apa masih digusurnya. Ini 1 kilo 7.000 dari nelayannya, jadi satu embernya itu 70.000. Jadi kalau dicampur dengan yang kecil begini, jadi harganya jadi jatuh, jadi 50.000, 60.000.
Aku digusur sama pindah kemana gitu. Motongnya di jalan raya kan. Tempatnya mau digusur.
Ya walaupun Bukit Duri seperti ini, hidup di Bukit Duri atau warga Bukit Duri itu hidupnya damai.
Oke, mari kita wawancara. Di rumah susun gak enak, sumpah. Enakan di sini adem, bisa main raket, bisa main bola.
Tahu bebek.
Terus terang kalau warga Bukit Duri pindah ke sana, itu pertama mata pencariannya hilang, ya kan? Untuk transport tambah biaya. Karena dari sana aset-aset transportasi itu sangat jauh, sangat susah. Kita di sini kan kalau dibilang ilegal, gimana nggak ilegal? Bayar listrik ada, bayar PBB ada,
Kan ngomongin dia itu.
iya kan, PAM ada.
Penghuni liar.
Iya, dari mana? Nggak mungkin mengurus sertifikat tanahnya 4x5.
Ah, pemilu aja ikut kita, mana mungkin dicatat di kelurahan.
Dalam pemilihan kita diikut sertakan.
Tapi mau digusur penduduk liar.
Gila.
Kayak mereka yang punya hukum.
Itu yang di Ancol itu. Di depannya kapal pesiar, di belakang mobil.
Memang
Di depan rumahnya kapal pesiar, di belakangnya garasi mobil. Itu yang di Ancol itu, lihat.
memang hukum itu tidak lain
Sementara kita banyak orang masyarakat yang
kecuali
belum
untuk
susah makan.
kepentingan mereka-mereka yang kuat itu.
Iya.
Jadi kita mengajukan tahun 2012 kampung susun di bantaran sungai dengan konsep sungai tetap dilebarkan sesuai dengan lembar rencana kota saat itu ya. Sungai menjadi 35 meter, kemudian kita memberi jalan kayak untuk jalan sirkulasi 5 meter dengan bayangan kayak mobil kebakaran, ambulans itu juga bisa lewat. Nah, sisa lahan yang ada kita bangun jadi kayak kampung susun 4-5 lantai. Di mana lantai dasarnya itu dibuat kosong, terbuka supaya warga bisa tetap beraktivitas kayak jualan, nyimpen gerobaknya. Dan sisa lantainya sebagai unit hunian.
Ya, tampak
udah nggak usah pakai terikat, kau ada aja. Woi, kita banyak, woi, maju! Udah biarin dia, maju!
Pada hari Kamis 19 Agustus 2015, Pemprov DKI Jakarta akhirnya merelokasi bangunan di bantaran Sungai Ciliwung, kawasan Kampung Pulo, Kampung Melayu, Jakarta. Upaya relokasi pun mendapat perlawanan warga setempat dengan melempari petugas kepolisian dan Satpol PP dengan batu. Akibatnya, lalu lintas dari arah Kampung Melayu menuju Matraman macet parah. Penertiban kawasan langganan banjir ini melibatkan sebanyak 2.152 personel gabungan dari Satpol PP, Dinas Perhubungan dan Transportasi, Dinas Kebersihan, TNI, dan Polri.
Nih rumah saya nih, di mana? Ini yang beko nih.
Oh ini.
Hai. Rumah saya ketara, ini namanya bekas tangga saya, batas rumah saya dulu, rumah saya sini gitu ah. Nanti bangun jemur lo nggak boleh. Nggak boleh tiang itu kan ada saya. Dia taruh karena larangan pasti. Ibu apa diituin kenapa? Kenapa? Difilmin naik melip aja.
Cuma popnya rasanya paling akrab.
Gila, 500 3 bulan.
Pop mie selalu ada kapan aja.
Kalau panggilan tuh 3 bulan.
Dan pop mie selalu ada.
Ini kenapa nih Bu? Saya belum bayar dipanggil. Ya benar nggak?
Iya, ini memiliki tunggakan ya.
Iya tuh, saya belum bayar.
Selama 3 bulan.
Ini panggilan pertama nih, ntar panggilan kedua, panggilan ketiga disegel langsung.
Segel gitu?
Iya,
tanda boleh masuk.
Tanda merah tuh pintu kita disegel.
Terus kalau ibu disegel tinggal mana?
Bukannya berusaha cari duit, biar nutupin ini gitu. Mau dari mana berusaha kita cari apa? Nyari buat nutupin bayar rusun. Assalamualaikum, Ma. Assalamualaikum. Nanya apa? Masih bayar orang nanya dulu.
Tunggakan itu total tunggakannya ada berapa?
1.500.000.
Ada sih. Itu belum sempat kebayar sampai sekarang.
Iya.
Alasan ibu menunggak itu karena apa sih Bu?
Ya karena saya kan kebutuhan ekonomi di rumah ya, sekolah anak kan karena swasta semua ya, jadi ada bayaran sekolah apa gitu, jadi giliran mau ngumpulin itu buat ke anak lagi gitu, niat buat bayar mah ada.
Ada 160 unit ya, 160 unit. Nah, itu variatif ya tunggakannya, ada yang 3 bulan dan 4 bulan. Dispensasi tidak ada, mutlak bahwa yang tinggal di rusun itu harus bayar.
Surat perintah 1 atau surat peringatan 1 atau SP1 diberikan sekitar 11 hari yang lalu, yaitu hampir 2 minggu yang lalu. Nah, sambil surat SP1 ini diberikan, sebagian warga juga masih terus berupaya untuk bertahan di kawasan Kalijodo ini, antara lain dengan membawa pengacara warga di sini, yaitu Rasman Nasution, yang mengatakan bahwa banyak dari mereka sudah tinggal di sini berpuluh-puluh tahun dan juga mempunyai sertifikat tanah yang resmi dari pemerintah. Namun sesuai dengan
kalau perbedaannya memang kita hidupnya tinggalnya itu emang enak. Ya ibarat kata kita dari tadinya masih sempit-sempit misalnya, kita udah agak leluasa sedikit, enak. Nah itu perbedaannya itu. Cuma kalau enaknya tidurnya, enaknya makaninya, usahanya kagak ada, tetap aja. Kita ini kalau udah nyampe pembayaran nggak dibayar tetap aja tertunda. Bulan depan kalau tertunda lagi, ntar lagi disegel pintu kita. Sama aja. Kalau bisa lagi, taruhlah kita tertunda pembayaran, numpuk 3 bulan, 4 bulan, 5 bulan disegel pintunya. Udah kita dikeluarin paksa. Apa memang itu tujuannya pemerintah? Saya jujur aja nih, saya dilipuk di sini udah puluhan kali, mulai dari pindah ya. Tahu-tahu saya nongol cuma sekali, ngomong bagus-bagus doang, ya kan? Weh bagus, pindah ke sini daerahnya bagus ini. Nongol saya hanya Pilihan tadinya gue pindah di sini sengsara, mau makan pun susah, kagak dileput. Nggak ada aspirasinya kok sampai ke atas. Saya bilang ngaco. Makanya kadang-kadang susah kayak kalau ada yang kayak gini nih. Kamu kesini dibayarin atau gimana sih? Kadang-kadang kita aspirasinya disampaikan nggak tersampaikan.
Nama asli Suhadi, tapi orang-orang umumnya memanggil Kopral. Saya asal dari Pasar Ikan, Kang Akuarium, RT 12 RW 04.
Ada di sini mah enak buat tinggal, kalau di Pasar Ikan enak nyari duitnya. Kalau di sini sih enak, lingkungan enak, buat main enak.
Dulu ini yang tetangga ini yang asli itu Vera sama ini saya nih. Kalau ini agak jauh.
Pasar Ikan jualan sendal.
Akhirnya di sini ya kita bisa inilah berbagi duka apa
ya,
semuanya.
Sama-sama. Saya di pasar dalam pasar. Udah biasa di dalam pasar, tapi kumuh ya, kalau buat tinggal sini enak, betah.
Kalau minta milih gitu, mendingan di sini yang enak apa gimana?
Ya pengennya sih di sini enak, duitnya juga banyak, pengennya tempat yang bersih lah.
Kalau disuruh milih enakan di sono.
Ibu mah.
Ikan deket,
semua deket ya Bu.
Iya.
Pasar sih saya dalam pasar rumahnya. Nganggur, paling ngabisin yang duit pas kemarin.
Kepala keluarganya Mas. Jadi ibu-ibu belum punya keterampilan apa yang di sini ya kan diiniin gitu, nggak ada, belum ada ya kan untuk kuliner apa gitu ya kan, biar ada pemasukan itu belum bisa. Kerajinan apa itu belum.
Apa gitu, ada kerjaan.
Ya,
mau
ada
saya
apa,
di sini
gitu. Belum bisa, ibu-ibu di sini terang-terangan belum bisa menghasilkan. Tergantung kepala ininya aja. Keluarga.
Rusun.
Kepala rusun.
Ya. Kalau bapaknya kerja, ya udah.
Udah nggak ada duit.
Susah.
Kalau lagi di rumah.
Kalau di sana kan nggak ibu-ibu ya. Ada yang ya banyak job-job lah, yang bungkusin apa itu yang mainan. Nah itu pun dapat duit. Ya di sini mana nggak ada Mas. Kalau di sana gang tiap gang ya. Ngituin mainan apa ya, jadi mereka banyak kegiatan, jadi menghasilkan pundi-pundi uang agak lumayan lah untuk anak-anak jajan juga nggak keteteran. Di sana ada aja, karena kalau asal mau kerja nggak males, pasti banyak pekerjaan. Kalau di sini nggak ada ibu-ibu di sini, paling ya begini. Coba laris pertama ini ya kan, alhamdulillah. Ya. Saya mendukung bangunan karena apa? Ya memang biar rapi, bersih ya. Tapi ya saya minta tolong juga sama pemerintah ya. Tolong dibenahin dulu warganya ya kan. Ekonomi sana ya kan sekarang jadi begini ya kan. Itu yang perlu dibenahin kan seperti itu. Kaki lima ya kan digusur-gusurin kayak seperti itu buat jalanan biar nggak macet ya kan. tapi tolong dikasih penampungan ya kan. Ya mereka sih bilang, oke udah gua kasih penampungan ya kan, oke lah ya kan. Tapi faktanya ya begini. Gerobak aja saya, lihat aja, kirim ke Ahok juga nggak masalah. Saya nggak dikasih gerobak di sini. Saya beli sendiri. Katanya dagang, oke dikasih fasilitas. Apa ya kan? Memang mereka sih pada dapat. Saya sampai kapan menunggu. Keduanya ya saya tinggal terbelangsak. Memang gedung megah ya wah ya. Tapi lihat dalamnya, nggak ada kamar untuk anak-anak. Ya saya terpuruk. Saya merasa gimana ya, kecewa. Kamar nggak ada, anak-anak bareng tidurnya udah pada gede. Nah, sedangkan rumah susun saya juga belum jadi. Kayak begitu sampai kapan itu mas? Kayak begitu tuh ngomongnya 3 bulan. Coba besok 3 bulan Desember jadi nggak? Kalau saya di sini terus, ya teraniaya kayak begini. Bayar 300 penghasilan aja baru jam segini aja baru dapat 12.000. Bayangin.
Bikin 100 saya dulu. Bukan takut orang yang nggak ada.
Kalau rusun itu bisa seumur hidup walaupun kecil sampai 7 turunan, mungkin kita masih no problem walaupun jauh ya. Tapi kan ini kita bayar 3 bulan gratis 3 bulan. Setelah 3 bulan kita bayar, usaha di mana? Nelayan lebih gampang di sini, kerjaan lebih gampang di sini.
Itu salah satu pertimbangan kenapa kita nggak mau ngambil rusun.
Hitungannya kita itu secara tidak langsung kita dibuang ke pinggir.
Sebagian masih ada yang tinggal di sini dan sebagian itu mengontrak di luaran. Karena kami tidak mendapatkan apapun.
Rusun nggak dapat?
Tidak. Yang mendapatkan rumah susun itu adalah kompleks Kalijodo. Perumahan yang tinggal di Kalijodo itu, yang mendapat tawaran untuk tinggal di rumah susun. Kalau di sini enggak. Jadi kami tuh dianggapnya tuh tikus. Jadi main dihancurkan aja kayak kewan gitu, main dirubuh aja tanpa ada pemberitahuan sebelumnya. Enak yang udah jadi pejabat, enak yang udah jadi pemerintah, dia tinggal uncang-uncang kaki makan gaji buta. Yang kami masyarakat kecil cari makan di pinggiran diusir-usir. Tidak ada lagi yang namanya tuh hak asasi manusia, itu tidak ada. Rasa keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia itu udah nggak ada sila itu. Itu yang saya rasakan.
Ibu belanjanya tiap hari atau gimana, Bu?
Nggak bisa beli kilo-kiloan. Kalau dulu omsetnya segitu ya bisa beli 1 beca kalau belanja. Kalau sekarang ini boro-boro buat 1 beca. Nyicilin aja bayar. Hampir lagi tuker barter, jadi beli ikan. Dia minta lauk ke saya minta mentahnya. Kayak begitu aja tiap hari.
manusia pro, memainkan sandiwara, skenario. Kalau saya ketemu orangnya mah paling saya ajakin, ya udah kamu tidur aja di sini bareng, ayo. Ya udah, biar ngerasain. Jadi sistemnya kita di perahu bukan ini, bukan apa ya? Bukan kategori sengaja, bukan rekayasa, bukan karena kita terpaksa aja. Ya kan namanya di laut nggak kayak orang yang kerja di pabrik apa di mana kan. Yang jelas kalau di pabrik kan tiap bulan udah pasti ketahuan nih depan mata, kita tinggal ambil. Tiap bulan lah saya dapat nih gaji sekian. Kadang mereka masih kurang, apalagi kita yang nelayan tuh, kalau peribahasa nelayan kita nyari jarum di dalam jerami, gitu loh. Jadi itu seakan-akan hari ini kita bisa ketemu rezeki, kadang besok belum tentu. Kalau dibandingkan habisnya bangunan yang saya bangun berapa duit, terus ditimbang dengan sistemnya kumpulan keluarga bersama di rumah, masih kalah kali dengan misalnya kita hargai dengan kumpul bersama keluarga di rumah ya. Kalau cuma harga bangunan kan sih mungkin kalau ada miliknya lagi kita bisa bangun kembali. Kalau untuk merasakan rasanya kumpul bersama, rasanya bermain, ketawa, nangis bareng di rumah yang tersebut juga mungkin tidak akan terulang kembali. Kesan-kesannya seperti apa?
Titip ya.
Ntar ada berita apa? Bilang aja, saya Daeng Rodinnya kali ke laut kawan. Barangnya udah di laut.
Mengapa Bapak Jokowi katanya gak mau mensyaratkan rakyat miskin? Buktinya apa? Saya 30 tahun di akuarium, habis harta kita, Pak. Satu-satunya itu doang, Pak. Nggak ada yang tersisa, Pak. Pak Jokowi ini, tolonglah, punya hati nurani apa enggak? Saya ini udah nggak punya apa-apa lagi, Pak. Saya tidur di tenda-tenda nggak ada, Pak. Tolong Bapak Jokowi.
Selagi laut masih berwarna biru, selagi karang masih ada di lautan, kami tidak akan pernah pindah dari pesisir pantai.
Hidup RW.
Rencana usulan warga komunitas Bukit Duri tentang kampung susun yang kami namakan Kampung Susun Manusiawi Bukit Duri. Cinta kasih itu lawan dari rasa takut, membuat kita jadi berani. Berani karena yakin pada kebenaran yang kita tanamkan dalam sanubari kita. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu yang hebat ini, para politisi ini, berpolitik yang namanya politik artifisial. Politik hanya di permukaan, bukan politik substansial. Politik yang menjawab perkara-perkara kehidupan yang nyata.
Itu sangat membekas di ingatan saya bahwa yang namanya tergusur itu sangat sakit sekali. Sangat sakit sekali.
Ingat ya, di Undang-Undang Dasar 45 kita, jelas bahwa pemerintah negara itu melindungi rakyatnya. Di situ jelas sekali tercantum. Tapi yang terjadi pemerintah malah seperti ini. Nah, kekeliruan, Satpol dibentuk malah mukuli rakyat seperti ini. Keliru.
Urusan cari makan, urusan lingkungan hidup, urusan mencari solusi jalan keluar untuk perumahan rakyat, urusan pengalaman keterancaman mau digusur. Ini politik, orang melakukan usaha-usaha untuk kebaikan, mencari solusi. Politik yang nyata seharusnya begitu. Bukan politik tipu-tipu, politik main sandiwara, main sinetron, yang hanya bicaranya lewat balai kota, tidak berani bicara langsung dengan warganya sendiri. Ini kepengecutan menurut saya. Sudah saatnya kita bertemu sebagai manusia, sama-sama sebagai manusia, kata Bu Ici tadi. Biarpun kita berbeda dari latar belakang, tapi kita bisa bertemu jiwa kita, nurani kita sebagai manusia.
Menunda ongkos perkara sampai putusan akhir. Demikian ditetapkan dalam rapat musyawarah Majelis Hakim Pengadilan Negeri Jakarta Pusat pada hari Senin tanggal 1 Agustus tahun 2016.
Mendengar keputusan dari hakim bahwa class action kita itu diterima, dan saya sebagai warga ya cukup puas untuk menerima gugatan kami.
Hanya bilik bambu tempat tinggal kita, tanpa hiasan, tanpa lukisan. Berat dan jerami teralaskan tanah, namun semua itu punya kita. Memang semua itu milik kita sendiri. Hanya sungai banjir pagar rumah kita, tanpa anyelir, tanpa berarti. Hanya alang-alang di halaman, namun semua itu punya kita. Memang semua itu milik kita. Haruskah kita beranjak ke tangga yang penuh dengan tanya? Lebih baik bukit duri, rumah kita sendiri. Segala lipat dan anugerah yang kuasa, semuanya ada di sini. Bunga duri, rumah kita, rumah kita.
Pemimpin yang bisa menata kotanya, sehingga kotanya menjadi sebuah kota yang nyaman untuk ditinggali, nyaman untuk kita semuanya bekerja, mencari rezeki.
Jakarta baru yang modern, tertata rapi, tetapi manusiawi. Karena Jakarta baru yang dibangun adalah manusianya.
anak-anak sederhana di sini. Di sini juga belajar banyak wartawan ketika menjelang menjadi wartawan. Banyak para aktivis, banyak para cerdik pandai yang belajar di sini.
Ya, alhamdulillah tempatnya ya cukup layak untuk berteduh. Berantakan, Mbak. Belum dapat rapi-rapiin.
Di sini berapa orang nih, Pak?
Saya sama istri aja. Sebenarnya belum dirapi-rapiin. Saya belum tahu nih, Mbak. Kita ke depan saya belum tahu. Masih ya mau berpikir mau gimana ke depannya.
Paling adaptasi lingkungan aja sama tempat kerja baru gitu kan, tadinya lebar gitu kan, lega gitu kan, sekarang sempit juga kan. Terus kayak lingkungan kan baru lagi kan, makanya saya kalau habis selesai sini pasti main ke sana tiap hari gitu. Masih sering kangen suasana sana gitu kan, suasana di Bukit Duri.
Ombudsman Republik Indonesia, ringkasan rekomendasi nomor 00,00,4-2016/7/2016 tentang maladministrasi dalam proses penataan permukiman Kampung Baru Dadap oleh pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang. pemeriksaan laporan bahwa dalam pemeriksaan Ombudsman Republik Indonesia telah melakukan pemeriksaan dan memperoleh keterangan baik dari pelapor, terlapor maupun pihak terkait bahwa Ombudsman Republik Indonesia juga telah melakukan kunjungan ke lokasi untuk mendapatkan keterangan dari warga. Pendapat Ombudsman Republik Indonesia. Ombudsman Republik Indonesia berpendapat bahwa langkah-langkah penataan kawasan permukiman Kampung Baru Dadap belum memiliki dasar hukum untuk penataan kawasan kumuh berupa peraturan daerah yang disyaratkan. Ombudsman Republik Indonesia berpendapat bahwa karena luas penataan secara keseluruhan adalah 10-15 hektar, maka kewenangan penataan pemukiman kumuh dimaksud merupakan kewenangan pihak terkait 7, yaitu Pemprov Provinsi Banten.
Fungsi dan kenangan, terus bersama bermain bersama di sini, bernyanyi bersama. Bisa mandi kali, bisa latihan musik, bisa mengenal sejarah-sejarah, penyanyi lagu-lagu.
Terus sekarang gimana?
Alat musiknya banyak. Sekarang ya udah digusur. Tapi kita tetap semangat ya, Kak. Semangat ya, ada aturan.
Saya mau ke bawah RT 6 menghadiri acara memperingati hari 7 harinya ya masa ini ya penggusuran. Kita akan memperingati masa matinya keadilan di negeri ini.
Bersatu dalam perjuangan, satukan jiwa, satukan arah, meski berat berbeda langkah, segala ikhtiar bersama demi hak asasi manusia.
demi kemerdekaan bersama. Ciliwung nyawa kita, Ciliwung hati kita, Ciliwung nyawa kita, Ciliwung kehidupan kita, Ciliwung nafas kita, Ciliwung hati kita, Ciliwung nyawa kita, Ciliwung kehidupan kita. Ciliwung, Ciliwung.
Okay, hello.
It's surprising. The time is almost perfect to finish the video to start the sensei's lecture. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, the timing is very perfect for the movie. Exactly 55 minutes or so. Yeah, so I hope our participants are coming back. I think some of them are still on their breaks. Yeah, yeah, I think the movie, it always touched me every time I watch the documentaries. And from the movie, I think we can see the other perspective of affection that happened in Jakarta. But in the same time, I also believe that this is not only the issue in Jakarta. That's why in this second session, we will have Professor Wu Sinku from Busan National University to share about experience with Amidong Culture Village and also their creative and unique way for the community to coexist with the history in the past. So, Professor Wu Sinku, are you ready?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay, let me just a moment.
So, yeah, your wait a second. Yeah, your time is actually 45 minutes. Please make use of that time efficiently. So yeah, the time and screen is yours whenever you're ready.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm very glad to meet to participate this conference from Busan, which is held in Jakarta. It's far away from here, and thank you for inviting me to this impressive international conference. And I was very impressed by the Kampung aquarium in Jakarta. I think we have very similar histories, because I think we have Busan city also. We have long histories of informal cities, formal cities, and unfair urban plannings, and the history of evictions. And we have very similar neighborhood like Indonesian Kampung, and we still have it. And today I want to present one story about one maybe Korean Kampung in Busan. We see is very similar, and which have a very unique history in Busan and in Korea. because it is related with with the Japanese colonialism, and it's also related with the industrialization in 1960s and 70s. And now it is related with the post-industrial age. So it's quite, I think it has a common history with the Indonesian Kampung, and it has its own situation now. So let me start about the Ami Chojang Urban Regeneration Project. Today I want to talk about these three stories. First, the background of the Ami Chojang Urban Regeneration Project, and the second is the preparation works for urban regeneration project. It includes the research which is done by our lab, our university, and the workshop with the local residents. And then the last is the urban regeneration master plan and the implementation after the master plan. So let's go back to the background of the Ami Chojang project. Busan is, Busan is now 3.5 million, which is the second largest city in Korea. But Busan has a deep relationship with Japan because Busan is the nearest city from Japan. So from 1671, there was a small Japanese office. It is kind of, a diplomatic and trade area. This is a limited area because it is only for 500 Japanese men, not women. Only the men, Japanese men, which is related with the diplomacy and trade. They stayed here for the diplomatic relationship and the trade businesses. At that time, the central area was not in the Busan downtown area. It was in Dongnae area, which is northeast side. But the Korean government, they don't want the Japanese to be near the center, the downtown area, the central area. So they designated a very remote area, very isolated area, which is very easy to survey, to watch them. So it's very small area which is surrounded by the mountains. But after 1910, sadly, the Korea went into the Japanese colonial period for 36 years. And then the Japanese, they developed modern city surrounding from the Japanese office from the 17th centuries. So this area became a modern city, which is planned and developed by the Japanese. So this is the residential area, and this is a business area, and this is the industrial area, and here is the station, railway station. But the Japanese population grew up during this period. And then as the Japanese population grow up, there must be, the dead people. They died here, and maybe at first they want to go back when they become dead. They want to go back to their hometown. But as time goes by, the Japanese the Japanese felt that Busan is their hometown. So they no longer go back after their death. So they want to be buried here in Busan. So they make their own cemetery in the Ami-san. It means Ami Mountain. So it looks like this. This is the Japanese cemeteries, which is overlooking the Japanese town below. And then 1945, the Second World War finished. Japanese, they go back to Japan. And then in 1950 and until 1953, there was, a very big Korean war in between North Korea and South Korea. And then at that time, Busan, because Busan is the southeast, at the end of the southeast part of the South Korean peninsula. So the government, they escaped the war and came to Busan. And then Busan became the provisional capital for 1,023 days. So the government came to Busan. And then with the government, there's more than 500,000 refugees also came to Busan without any, urban planning, without any preparation, without any houses. So at that time, the shanty towns of refugees spread all around the Busan city. And then this shanty town remains urban problems in Busan until now. This is one of the, the refugee houses, which is built on the, near the small stream. So this is the, the houses for refugee houses. This is a natural, mountainous slope. So the situation at that time is that the Busan city is a provisional capital of Korea. But the situation, the city is under anarchic situations. So it's very, very contradictional, situation. And then this kind of houses are very vulnerable to fires. So there's many fires every year, every month, there are fires. So the government decided to destroy the refugee housing and evicted them to the, sloped mountain outside the, city area. So at that time, some refugees which were evicted from the downtown go up to the, Japanese cemetery. Some maybe 100 of people. And then they, built this kind of tent was informal housing upon the Japanese, tomb. So it's very, it's a tragedy. It's a very sad story about because the refugees, they have been forcibly evicted from the downtown to the outside outside the city area. So I think that they have no choice to come to here and then build their own house for their families, not to, just to survive. And then I think that they did not intend to live here for long. I think they just, after the war finished, they thought they go back to their own hometown in the North Korea or any other places. But as you know, the Korean War finished with the two Koreans still. So the refugees, they have no places to go back. So I think they stayed here and then here for a longer time. And then in 1960s until 1980s, Busan area became one of the industrialized area in South Korea, because Busan had no war damages, and we have industrial facilities, and we have port, we have river waters, and we have many workforces, many laborers who are the refugees from North Korea. So Busan became an industrial center in the southeast area of Korea. And then population from the rural area came to Busan for jobs, And this population is more than the refugees from North Korea. So there's a lot of manufacturing factories were constructed, and people came to Busan to get jobs. And then still they don't have formal houses. They don't have decent houses. So they go up to the slope area like this. So Busan is as Busan means that is a mountainous area, and we have a lot of mountain surrounding the Busan city. So the people who came from the rural countries, they build houses on this sloped area. So this is all what we see. The houses what we see is all maybe 90%, more than 90% is informal houses, which has not a legal permission. So this kind of chaotic situations, continued until 1970s and 80s. And this Amidong area also became, this kind of laborers' residential areas. So this area became like this. So this is the old Japanese cemetery area, became the urban laborers' residential area. And then this area is the the first settlement of the refugees on the Japanese cemetery. It became like this. So this is very dramatic changes from the peaceful Japanese cemeteries to very complex and chaotic laborers' housing area, residential area. But still, if we go into the villages, still we can find the remnants of the Japanese tombs. That's why we call this Amidong area as a Amidong tombstone village, because we can still find this kind of tombs. And this house was founded in 2014 because it was hidden among the houses. But when to expand the road, some houses were destroyed, and then this house was founded. It seems this structure is for the Japanese tomb, and then they built their house just on the Japanese tombs using the the low walls. So this house is called the tombstone house. And then when they excavate the house for the mechanical plumbings, we still can find the Japanese Buddhist figures, statues like this. And then there's many tombstones. So it's very unique. It's very unique area, or it's very peculiar, strange area. But I found that this kind of villages, which is which on the dead people's tomb, is not the only one in Amidong. I found that many similar cases, like in Philippines, Manila, there's a North Cemetery, and then there's many people living in the cemeteries, and this is the cemetery they use as cemetery also, and they live here. And then maybe I read that some people make a contract with the tomb owners, and then the people who live here clean the tomb, and then they get permission to live in the tree. And then there's another, case in Egypt. This is called Al Arafah, and this cemetery has a long history, more than 1,000 years. And here also, hundreds of thousands of people live in the cemetery area. I think this means that this kind of community, this kind of village happens in the cities which have rapid urbanization, which have rapid population increase, who are coming from the rural countryside. So they don't have a decent house available. So they come to the cemetery area and build their houses for their families. Like, but it's a bit different, but the Kampung functions as a buffer zone in between the rural countryside and the city. So this is also kind of a buffer zone. So I think this Amidong tombstone village is not a unique, not the only one case which is living on the necropolis. And then after 1990s, Busan became a post-industrial city, and the factories go out of the city or go to foreign countries, and then there's no jobs enough for the young people. So the population of Busan start to decrease after 1995. But the Amidong area, before 20 years before 1995, the population of the Amidong area started to decrease. I think because of the bad, residential, the bad housing environment. So the Amidong area lost population and declined ever since 1980s until now. So the current situation of this village is like this: a very narrow, dark alleyways and very dangerous steps, and then the dangerous steps and the deserted house and deserted lots. So this is the current situation of this house. So, and then the Amidong is not only a community which declined since 1990s. In Korea, there's many urban communities which declined. So the national government, from 1990s, national government, they encouraged the urban renewal, destroy and build. But after 2000, the national government, they have to find alternative ways of revitalize the city, because this area, like the Amidong area, the construction company don't want to build apartment here because it doesn't make any profit. So this area, nobody concerned about this area. So the national government tried to search for another, alternative way of, revitalize the urban communities. So they started to invest R&D about the urban regeneration. And then 2013, the national government make the Urban Regeneration Supporting Act. And then 2014, the Urban Regeneration Project was selected as funded by the national government for various urban regeneration projects. An urban regeneration project is, as you know, this is a kind of integrated project, which is physical regeneration and environmental regeneration and social regeneration and economic regeneration. So it's very complicated project, because we have many projects. So, and then the Busan city also selected the Amidong area and the nearby Chojangdong area as a urban regeneration project area from 2000 and 2014 and 2015. So our university and the Busan city office started to make the urban regeneration plan, master plan. So first we started the research on the Tombstone village. And this area is, as you see, this is the 1950s photograph from the air. This shows the Japanese cemetery boundaries, and the Japanese cemetery boundaries also the structure, the space structure was a little bit different by district. But this has a rather big tombs over here, and this is very small tombs, and this is very regular topographies. So we started research on each district like this. This is the first district is there was a big a tomb here, and we can see the boundaries of the original tomb, big tomb. The tomb was for a very rich person during the Japanese colonialism who lived in Busan, whose name is Oike. And his tomb boundary is still, we can see the boundaries like this, the alleys. And the house also is packed in this tomb boundaries. And the second district is like this. It was kind of individual tombs and the individual families tomb, which have a different size, different levels, or different. So the houses, the refugee houses may be built on each tomb. So it seems that the houses here in this district are all different. The size, the level, all different, and the alleyways is very complicated. It's like labyrinths. It's very difficult to find ways here. Once you go into this district. And then the tombstone house was also found here. So we thought this maybe at first this is a Japanese tomb became like this to become refugee houses. And then the third district is a very regular district. We have terraced cemeteries. Maybe this is not the Amidong photograph. I take from some website in Japan, like this. So this area is the houses here has very regular patterns of distribution, and they have all a gate to the front side, like this. This is the passageway in front of each houses, which is aligned like very regularly aligned. So after we researched, we have surveyed each houses. Some houses is very small. It's 2.5 meters by 2.8 meters, which is just 11 square meters. And in these small houses, maybe 4 or 5 people live here. So the house, inside the house is very dark, and they have a very steep steps because the level is different, even inside the house. And then they just have one kitchen and one room. They don't have, their own toilets. They use the common toilets. And they don't have, washing area. So they wash on the, in the kitchen. So it's the housing environment is very bad condition. And then, so the population is in the Amidong area is grow up very fast before 1975, and then the population decreased very fast also after that. And then as you saw, there is a lot of empty houses also. And the population is, they became an aging society. So most of them, the largest age group is more over 55 to 59. So there's no, children here, very small children. And the aging population is more than 25%. And the poor families, recipient of basic living, they are very high, 7.5%. And we surveyed the empty spaces in Amidong area and in Chojangdong area. This yellow is empty lot like this, and the red is the deserted houses like this, and the empty houses maybe some like this ones. So we found that 550 empty spaces in this area. The total number of building and lot is 2,000. So it's a quarter is empty. So it's very, very high ratio. And we want to know that what does it mean a community have so many empty spaces. So we found that the empty spaces, happens, in cluster. They make a cluster. It means that physical factor, like the houses near long stairs or very steep slope alleyways, the houses easily become empty. And then we asked the police office and get the information about the crime which have been happened in this area. And this, the yellow point shows the crime spot during last 4 years as of 2016. And we found that the crime happens in and around the empty space clusters. So maybe we don't know the exact reason but anyhow it seems that it happened to the crime happens near the empty or in the empty space clusters. It seems that it is very dangerous or bad evidences. But still, it has a very good view to the Busan city and port, and they have many community organizations, which is not as strong as the Kampung organization, but still they have a small groups of local communities and they have their own spaces to do some programs for children or students. And then we, to make the master plan, we collected the opinions of residences. So there's many, from the children to the, elderlies and the police officers, we collected as many opinions as possible. And we can find that several problems that the children are scared about the small alleyways, and there's no restaurant here in these villages because it doesn't make profit. So if they want to eat outside, they don't have restaurants to eat. So, and the education also is a big problem here because there are no education facilities for after the school. There is school, but in Korea the education is very competitive, and then most of the students go educational another extra curriculum educational institute after the school, but there's no institute here because there's no children, no students, very small number of students. So we collected, and we want to know the opinions of the children because they are very few, and then they have their own opinions. So we in 2015 we hosted a community workshop for children 4 times, and then this is the result of the workshops like this. The first workshop is looking for the the attractions or treasures of the villages. So they have their own spaces like this, playground and a resting place, and they like the small markets, small shops, because there is yummy snacks here. And then the second workshop is to find the problems of the villages. So the fish store is dirty and slippery and dangerous and scary, and this is the honest opinions from the children. And then the third workshop was to define, it's kind of the future vision for the children. Well, this is all wrote in Korean, but they think their village is like small places and jewelry, but dirty. So it's very contradictory opinions. And their hope is for the community is like a bigger and safety, flat. I think it's very interesting vision, future vision, because the community is on the sloped area. There's not many flat land, so the children need this kind of flat land and something like that. And then the last workshop was just they proposed the improvement, kind of design or something like that. So they need some safety net, or they need chicken shops or chicken restaurants, and then more benches, more playgrounds, and the guardrails. So this is one of the workshops which was done for preparation of the master plan. And then we set up an implementing organization. So we make this committee in the center, which is participated by the officials and local residents and local organizations like police office or welfare center or even the Buddhist temple also. So this steering committee is the center of for the center organization for urban regeneration. So most of the plan was decided here, not only by the officials, or not only by the residential, because this urban regeneration project is funded by the national government. So this committee is the key organization in among these various stakeholders. And our laboratory also participated in the site support center for research, monitoring, and consulting or something like that. So we also participated in the steering committee. And this is one day of the steering committee was held. So Buddhist temple, the monks came here, and the police officers, and then officials from the city, and the residents, the representative of residents flock together to meet together and discuss about what they want to do and what they should do or something like that, and when we will do the plan and something like that. And then we have a working group meetings, which has for specific project. We work as like the officials and the architects and me and some organization representative from the organizations. So we have this kind of implementing organization. We have been implementing this. So this is the declining evidences about the community, and we found many potentials from the villages, and we gathered many opinions from the hearings and workshops, and then we found this kind of many projects, necessary projects to improve the communities. And with this necessary project, we make this kind of master plan, which is divided into community environment, a neighborhood economy, and history and culture, and residential participation. So and then in each categories we have sub projects like this. Let me introduce some of the, and this is the master plan of each project. Let me explain some of the projects, which is very long. And this is the yellow green is the community environment, about the project on the community environment. So the first one is the home repair by residents. So the housing condition is very bad. So, and then the residents and we provide the house repair education to the residents, and then the residents can repair their houses for themselves. But this is very ideal, but sometimes it cannot work because the resident of this house is very old and they live alone, so it's very difficult. So we encourage some residents to organize home repair cooperatives. And then we try to find the home repair volunteer groups. So we make agreement, and this volunteer organization, they participate in these home repairs like this. So they go to the home which need repairs, and then like this, and then they doing the waterproof jobs and insulation work, and the new roofings, and inside, finishings. And then the second one is the community veranda. It's specifically for the District 2 area, because the District 2 area, the house is very small, as you see, the 2.4 meters or 2.8 meters. So they don't have, their own individual toilets or their own, washing area. Even they don't have, washing machine. So we try to make a common, small common facilities, which where they can wash laundries, or they can take a shower or something like that. So we found this small area, and then we build this kind of alley laundries, which have two big capacity washing machines and the drying machines, and a small shower room, which 2 people can take shower at the same time. Because the elder people is dangerous for them to taking shower alone is very dangerous, because when they sleep, there should be some people nearby. They have to call the emergencies or something like that. So this is I think it's a reasonable solutions for the elderly to take shower. So they can wash this kind of huge blankets in these small alley laundries. And then where they have shower, there's a hairdresser volunteer groups. They came up to these villages and give this kind of hair permanent. It's kind of grandma's hairstyles. So this kind of small community facilities can encourage another community cares. And then the third project is small gardens. Because after the deserted houses were destroyed, the empty spaces looks like this, which is covered with concrete, which is very bad for the environment. So we transformed this kind of the vacant lots into this kind of green pocket park, or they can take exercise here, or they can grow some vegetables. And then the fourth one is the safe road and alleyway, because the children are scared about this kind of steep and narrow steps and alleyways. So we make we improve these alleyways like this, the more bright in the nighttime. And then this is the bus stops, which is just outside is the cliff. So we try to make this kind of safe bus stops, which they can take rest here, or maybe the elderly can come here and meet together. So this is the small bus stops which the people can sit here, and this is another bus stops which they can sit here. And especially this bench is heated in the winter time. So this is the January in this year, and some students came here to just to pass time, and some people, all the elder people, came here to talk each other. So also in the winter time, this bus stop is kind of community hall, a small community hall. So it's very successful facilities, which is loved by the local residents nearby. And then the second category is neighborhood economies. And the first one is empty house bank. It's kind of Japanese empty house bank. In Japan, there's lots of many cities have this kind of empty house bank. It's in between the tenants and the land or house owners, so it connects. But it doesn't work very good, very well. There's some problems. So maybe, yeah. So this project is not working in this area, because I think the houses are not very attractive to the tenants, to the problem, because it's too small, too old, and too cold in the winter. So it has some problem. And the second one is the Tombstone village guest house. So using this kind of empty houses transformed into the guest house, because in Korea, in Busan, especially in Busan, is the hot destinations for young travelers. So many young travelers from Seoul and all over the country come to Busan to enjoy the food and sea and the culture of the Busan. And then the young travelers, they like, rather than the hotels, they like this kind of guest house in the community. So the community, this guest house is called Eco House, and the business goes very well. It is run by the residents cooperative. The residents, local residents, they run this the guest house, and it is always full in the weekend. So we make another guest house for travelers who come to this area. And then this is another new guest house just nearby this guest house over here. New guest house which looks like small houses in this area, but the design is too modern, a little bit too modern. But yeah, and then this guest house is now under design, and then maybe will be constructed next year. And then the third one is mini houses, because we have a lot of empty lots, and maybe we can build a small house, small mini houses, because we have a lot of retirees recently, and they want to live rather than in apartment. They want to live in independent house with garden or with a small farm, urban farm. So I think we make a small small decent houses for retirees or some young people who want to live in this kind of independent housing, detached houses. And then the fourth one is the revitalization of neighborhood shops, because this is the main road of this community. But once 20 years ago, 30 years ago, these spaces were all shops, like market. But now, as population decreases, these shops are all empty. There's no Chinese restaurants. So we want to, revitalize these community shops to like hair shops or public restaurants or coffee shops or something like that. So we provide consulting to the residents to organize kind of social economic organizations. Maybe it can be a cooperative, or maybe the community businesses, or maybe individual residents can run neighborhood shops. So we consulted, so they make this kind of maybe tart for their own community businesses. But yeah, we're still doing this kind of jobs. And then there is another, very old stone house, which is built by the owners himself. And this owner, he built this house by himself and with his wife. So it's kind of, it's kind of the, what do you call it, the testimony of the 1970s or 60s, maybe 60s and 70s. And the residents, now it's empty, but the local residents have a lot of memories with these families who lived in these houses. So so the local residents want to preserve this stone house, and they wanted to use this house as their, community spaces. So we bought this house from the owner, and then we held workshops how to use this empty stone house twice. So the first workshop is learning from the other cases. We invited many, experts, and how we can use this stone house. And the second workshop is to discuss how to use the empty houses. And then this high school student, she came to the workshop, and then she insisted they need a small bookshop. So And then this elderly, she wanted small, restaurants for the, for community businesses. So after the second workshop, we decided to make this kind of rice bowl restaurant, which is run by the local elders. And then this small, bookshops. And then we renovated these stone houses from last year and to this year. So we have just finished this stone house renovation work. But because of the coronavirus, we still have not opened these shops yet. And then the third category is the history and culture. This is the tombstone house. And we bought this several houses surrounding these tombstone houses with this old barber shop. And then we will transformed into these houses into a museum, a kind of community museums, which have the refugees' life and information centers. And then we have designed this one like this using these tombstone villages. But we have some problems because the Busan metropolitan city want to list this tombstone village as a kind of UNESCO heritage, something like that. So, because the UNESCO heritage have very strict, the criteria. So we cannot modify this house anymore, and we just preserve it for further use. So, and then this project is now holding. And then the second one is the historical trails, like this. We connect the historical site in the community and make the tourist programs for the tourists or travelers. And then we want to integrate the community businesses and the community histories and community empowerment. And if possible, maybe we want to attract young ventures who want to make a business here. So we focused around this historical trade. We want to make another, related project. And then the third one is reducing sky view clutterings, because this is one of the very famous Korean movie which attracted 10 million viewers. And this is this shot is the last shot of the movie, and it was taken in just in between Amidong area and the Chojangdong area. But the real view is different, with this movie. Because the difference comes from this electric lines. So we try to clean or reduce this kind of electric line, useless electric lines or the internet lines. And then the last one and the most important one is the empowerment of the residents. So this has this kind of the community fairs or urban regeneration schools and the residents proposal project. And the most important thing is this community fairs, which this community fair has been like this. It has, and this community fair in Amidong community is all organized by the residents with the help of the Christian welfare center. So this fair attract many local residents, not from the outside, but in the community. And then the performances for this community fair is mostly done by the local residents, from the children and the teenagers and moms, and even grandmoms. The grandmoms, they usually stayed in the home, and for this community fair, we invite them out of their own houses, and we taught them the ballet dance, and they learned it. Not very well, but anyhow, they are very proud of their dance. And sometimes they are invited to other communities fair. So they are very proud of their ballet dance and their performances. So this seems their pride. And this fair started from 2014, and then now it's getting bigger and bigger. And then this fair is spreading to the neighboring communities. So it started in Amidong area, and then it becomes whole areas, community fair. And then the second one is project is basically one of the projects I'm very proud of. This is Haza village. Haza means let's do. It means in Korean, let's do village. And this is for the teenagers. And this is, at first we just thought about provide facilities, cultural facilities for the teenagers who is living here. Because, the young generations leave this village when their children enter the elementary school or middle school, because they want to give their children a better education environment. So the moms who live in this community since 2006, they started a small volunteer education program for their own children, because they don't want to leave the community. And then this small group of moms make a small organization called Ami Moms, the moms of Amidong. And then they get this small community spaces, and then make some programs like the kind of cooking programs or education programs like this. So this is very interesting, but still the population is decreasing. So we wanted to empower. No, we want to not empowering, just to give the teenagers to connect with the communities, because the children's when the children become teenagers, they are very easy to go bad ways because they don't want to speak with the parents anymore, and that they don't have no interest in the communities. They just thinking about to leave the communities. So we want to give them the chance to connect the communities. But so that we, with the fund from the national government, we support them, the activities, whatever they want. And then they decided to go travel, because the families are not rich in this community. Some of them have never went travel with their families. So the travel is one of their dream. So we support them the travel fee. Very small money, not enough money, but very small money. And then from 1917, they go to Jeju Island. And then the Seoul and the DMZ demilitarization zone in between North and South Korea. And then even they go to the Vladivostok in Russia, because there is some historical area there. And then to Gwangju is one of the city famous for democratization movement. So after that, I think they became a little bit different. After travel by travel, we found that they start to connect with the community, and that we saw that they start to have some kind of sense of belonging to the community. I think it's very big changes. And then the children who were born here, born in this community and grown up in this community, and then maybe they can be, they're adults. And then if they can live here, maybe it's the best, I think this is the best urban regeneration project because for the community. And then 2018, and they went to the national contest for community participation, which was held by the national government, and they got the Grand Prix. And then the last was of the presentation by the teenage representative was like this: we are dreaming going out to world with friends, and the children will never disappear in this village, only if we keep this dream. So I was a bit impressed with these words, and I quote every time I introduce my this community project, and I think that's why I feel this project is one of the most successful and important project in whole urban regeneration project. And then now the students here, they go, this year they went to the university, and then they recruit the new members in these communities. So I want this community teenage groups to continue in these villages. And then the last one is community doctor. Originally, this community doctor was focused on the children, because because the house is too small. There is no desk when they study, so they have very bad bodies like this. They have some problems with the spine. So originally, this community doctor was focused on the spine disease for the children who living in this community. But the children are, because of the insurance, the national health insurance, they don't need extra, support from this regeneration project. So we changed it into this community doctor to the elderlies, and especially for the older people who are living alone. We have many people, many elderlies who are living alone, and they are, they stay alone, and most of the time they, stay in the home. So they have no connection with outside world. That's why we invited the grandmas to the ballet class. But still, many of the grandmas are still, stay in the house, isolated from the outside world. So we want to take care of, but the city hall is take care of them, but it's not enough, because so there sometimes they died alone. So after maybe 1 week, 1 month, they are found after, So we found it's very, and then sometimes there is a fire because the electrical problems or the gas or something like that. So this is one of the biggest problem in this kind of community. Not alone in the Amidong area, but most of the urban villages in Busan and in other cities also as well. But we found one electrical institute found that they are also isolated from the outside world, but except one line, because the line is that it's electrical line. Only line which connects the elderly to the outside world is the electricity, and then the electricity tells about the older people's living. The electricity which have specific voltages, numbers. So if we examine the electricity, if we check the electric meter, maybe we can know that this elderly is cooking, or maybe washing laundry, or watching TV, or maybe struggling against the cold winter. Or so one of the the electricity institute found that that electricity use tells about the older people's living. So they developed a small devices, this device, which is connected in Internet of Things, which can monitoring the electricity use in this household. So if there is any abnormal voltage monitoring, or overcurrent, or short circuit, or maybe the electricity use record can be directly informed to the information center. And so this older people's house, this small device, remote monitoring system, if there is something wrong, then it informs the Korea Electricity Safety Corporation, and then maybe they send this kind of emergency rescue teams, or maybe another helpers to help the older people. So this is one of the kind of very simple and a very small, cheap, fast, and very accurate device. And we have tested for 20-30 houses, and it works very well. And we want to distribute these small devices into the houses with the elderly. So this is we have done for more than 5 years since the preparation work, research, but it's not yet finished. Maybe it is supposed to finish next year, and then it's still going on. And I'm not sure that this project will be any help to Indonesian Kampung, because it's a very different context and a different situation. But just as a kind of information, which is going in Busan, one of the Korean cities, and as one of the Asian cities. So thank you very much, and this is the end of my presentation today.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Awosinku. I think, as you said, for me personally, actually, maybe this project in Amidong is one of the most successful urban regeneration project that I personally ever heard. So yeah, thank you for the very thorough presentation, for sharing the process of Amidong regeneration, which started from Japanese tomb, become a dense settlement with not very good physical environment, until now already regenerate into a very lively, healthy, and very active living settlement. So right now, actually, we already have several questions. I personally have another question too, but I think we can go with the question from our workshop participants. Yeah, the first one is from Andi Rahmat Arif. The question is there any preservation program for the Japanese cemetery in Amidong? Because I think it has its own historical value. Yeah, and then the second questions is about, maybe the second and the third question is quite similar. It is from Rani Bening and also Antonio. From Rani, hello, Mr. Wusinko. As we know, Korea has a lot of cultural village like Gamjeon village in Busan. As far as I know, Gamjeon Cultural Village is a village that was previously slum, but was later organized into one of the interesting tourist attraction in Busan. So I'm curious to know how the Korean government manage and change the village in terms of planning and methods. Yeah, in this case, because Rani wants to know whether the methods of implementation carried out by the Korean government also can be used or maybe can be adapted into Indonesian government, Jakarta government, for example. The same essence of question also asked by Antonio. So yeah, Antonio asks, can Indonesia also adapted this multi-stakeholder board, just like in Ami Chojang, in managing a neighborhood? Yeah. So letting the communities create a life and energy and economic development by themselves. Yeah, maybe you can answer those questions first.
Oh yeah, there's lots of questions.
Very lot of questions because
yeah.
we have a lot to learn from Amidong community.
Yeah, I missed the first question, but I will answer the second question about the Gamcheon Cultural Village.
Yeah.
The Gamcheon Cultural Village is just beside the Amidong Village.
I see.
Every visitors who want to go to Gamcheon Village from downtown must pass the Amidong area. But the Amidong area is rather not known very well recently until now. But I think the Gamcheon village and the Amidong village was made at maybe very similar time, because the Gamcheon village was founded in 1955, and the Amidong village was inhabited from maybe 1952. So it is the two villages are the outcome of the Korean War, and the Gamcheon village also they started from the beginning. They started as a one religious people, and the one religious people who was living in the downtown, and then they were destroyed because they were living in the shanty town in downtown. And then they moved all together to the Gamcheon area because they belong one religious group. That's why in Gamcheon village the houses are very regular. The size is very same, and they're very regular along the topographic lines. And then the Gamcheon village is very famous. Now they are attracting more than as of 2019, they attracted more than 3 million tourists. 3 million. The population is less than 10,000.
Less than
so
that.
they
So
attract 100 times of their the residents. And then and it became one of the representative tourist spots in Busan. And especially the foreigners like it, like the village, because very the landscape, the townscape is very unique. And then as Rani Bening asked, the Busan government.
Yeah, about the government.
Yeah, the government they want to preserve the unique townscape, but they are in danger of the destroying the townscape, because as 3 million tourists come into the village, the houses now changed into shops. So the whole village turning into the commercialized area, not the residential area.
Mm.
So they destroy, they destroy the small houses and then build, shops, modern shops. So the townscape, the unique townscape is in danger to be disappear. So the last year, maybe from the 2 years ago, the government and the city government make, kind of special urban design regulations.
Ah.
Yeah. So to keep the area, to preserve the townscapes. So the franchise shops are not is prohibited to come into the area, the village, and then certain areas they cannot build a 2-storied building, just 1-storied building, and then color also. The building colors are some colors are not allowed to use, like lead or something like that. So yeah, so they make the city government make rather very strict regulations on the landscape preservation.
Mm.
And the local residents, they agreed it because more than 3 million, the local peoples, they have some profit, from the 3 million tourists. So they know that the landscape is their resource. So they agreed with this very strict, regulations, design regulations. So this is I think this is maybe one of the very few regulations, strict regulation. The other is in Seoul, because it's to keep the Seoul, all the Seoul castle, to keep the landscape of all the Seoul castle. But so it's one of the very few cases. And then another question.
Yeah, the other question is, so I would like to recap a little bit about your answer. So the Busan government actually create a special urban regeneration regulation for Amidong project. I think it is very interesting for us to also learn about that, how the government willing to also create a way in the regulation, because right now in Jakarta, for example, how the regulation is more strict to limit the ideas from the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think as I told you, from 2014, the national government selected several places as a urban regeneration project site, and then they funded. In our case, we have funded 10 million US dollar, about 10 million US dollar, but it's very large area. And then because it is funded by the national government, the officials must take care of the fund, because it's a public fund. It's very difficult to use, because the government have very strict regulations how to use the public fund. So this can be used, this cannot be used, this can be used. So it's very difficult. So the officials must be must be one of the major stakeholders for this urban regeneration. And then sometimes, not sometimes, maybe in many cases, many urban regeneration projects in Korea, the officials have a strong voice because they control the money. And then the local residents, they have rather weak voices. So for this Amidong urban regeneration project, because of the to escape the strong voice of the officials, that's why we make the steering committee. Because the steering committee is participated by the local residents and local organization and experts like me, so that the officials is just 1/4. They are not majority. The majority is the private sectors. That's why we can negotiate with officials. Like the stone house, originally the stone house, the officials doesn't want to buy the stone house because the stone house is illegal house. The official money cannot be used for illegal houses to purchasing illegal house. But we and the local resident insisted we need that house. We must buy that house. That's why we can buy that and renovate the houses, and we can preserve the house.
I see. Okay, thank you so much for your answer. The other question is there any preservation program for the old Japanese cemetery?
Yes. That's another program. May I show you?
Yeah, sure. You can share screen.
Can you see it?
Not yet.
Oh, just a moment.
Yeah.
I can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as I told you, Busan city government, because now they regard the improvisation, the temporary capital during the Korean War. They want to commemorate the temporary capital during the Korean War. And then they want to make some heritages from that temporary capital to be enlisted in UNESCO heritages. But it's very difficult. I know that it's very difficult way to list this UNESCO area. But anyhow, the Korean government, they want this area, the Amidong area, Tombstone Village. They are interested in this village because it has a very unique history. That's why we are now researching the tombstones very carefully and very deeply. And then we have found every small tombstones, and then make databases for these small tombstones. And so like this, and then nowadays we are trying to find. We want to read the tombstone.
The letters.
Yeah, the letters, and then we found some names, in these tombstones. And like we have this kind of person was lived in 1970s as a merchandise, and another person who have made a construction company in 1978. This person, Miyajima. And then another person is Takijiri. He was an clothes merchandise, dress merchandise. And then another Kawamoto. And then another person who is, we found his portrait, whose name is Oka Yoichi. And he was a journalist during the 1872. So we are doing a further survey to find who was related with this cemetery, this Japanese cemetery, and then the problem is that we have to there's a very historical conflict between Korea and Japan. But anyhow, I think this history and the people who was buried here, we and the people, the local residents also, they want to we want to find the people, and then if possible, I think we're better to contact with the grandsons or grandsons of these people, and then want to let them to know this area, and maybe they can take these tombstones back to their family grave in Japan. So yeah, and we are doing this kind of historical research to know more about these Japanese cemeteries. It's very difficult and very painstaking job.
Yeah, that's right. But also very important for the community too. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for your answer. We already answered three questions. Three of them all comes from our workshop participants. So right now, I think I will read the question from the public participants. From Yensa Margaret. Hello, Professor Ku. First of all, thank you for such an interesting and inspiring presentation about how the communities take very important part in regenerating the village. The question is how to engage the community participation in the order to reshape or regenerate a living space. Yeah, so I think it comes from the initial process and then how to engage the community to be actively taking part in the process of regeneration.
Yes, this is one of the difficult tasks for City Hall and the steering committee to do this urban regeneration project, because the people living in this community are very busy because they have to go out to work, and they have not much time to spend their time to this project. That's why we are working with the moms, the mothers of this community, the children, because they are taking care of their children, and then for their children they are very eager to this urban regeneration project, because this project is to improve their village, their environment for the children. So they are very eager to participate in this regeneration project. And another thing is that we want to invite the organizations, which is private organization or volunteer organization or public organization in the area, to participate this urban regeneration project, because they themselves want to participate this kind of project, but they don't have any opportunities, because the officials who are taking care of this kind of urban regeneration project, they don't want long process. They want short process. So they want to do as quickly as possible. So, but if there is more stakeholders, maybe the process tend to be longer. So, but if we get help, support from the local organizations, and if we can invite more local residents, I think the result is much better.
That's right.
Yeah. So we try to find the existing local groups or existing local organizations to participate this project.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Actually, there is a continuation of the previous question. It is from one of our mentors, from Mbak Ruli. The first question is how long the project of the urban regeneration have been done until now, and then during the process, what is the obstacle that the project organization, the team has found so far, and then the second, during the participatory design process, what is the most challenging process? What is the most challenging process in Amidong area? I think this question is important because not only in Jakarta but also in Indonesia, there's a lot of projects, a lot of community also try to do the urban regeneration process, right? And we also have our own obstacles regarding our process. That's why we want to learn about what is the difficult things during this project.
Yeah, this project was originally started because I was interested in this kind of urban villages from 2010. So my laboratory and with my graduate students, we have surveyed this sloped area communities. And then from 2014, the city government asked to our laboratory to prepare, to cooperate with for preparation for this urban regeneration master plan. So, and we have from 2014 to 2015, we have prepared this master plan for 2 years. And then from 2016, the urban regeneration project was started to be implemented with public fund. So it has been more than 6 years, and not yet finished yet. And then, so the urban regeneration project is, the process of, negotiation in between among the various stakeholders. Sometimes local residents oppose. Sometimes officials oppose. Sometimes, there's a lot of, obstacles, as he said. And then the biggest obstacles, the biggest challenging is, I think, the government. Because, the government, I don't know the political, system in Indonesia, but in Korea, the political, especially the presidentship, the terms of presidentship is 5 years, single term, 5 years. So the president wants to make, something successful case.
During that
something
period.
visible, something visible.
That's right.
So that's why, the officials in the national government want to, hurry to do fast and faster. But the urban regeneration project, as you know, urban regeneration cannot be done in fast track. There's no fast track. It's different, it's different with the renewal project. So I think that is so. But our project is, is a rather small project. So the bigger project, bigger urban regeneration project in other cities or in Busan cities in Korea, they are now going very fast. In that case, the urban regeneration should be done mostly by the officials, without active participation from the local people.
I
I
see.
think that's the biggest, and the most challenging to real urban regeneration project.
Yeah, I think the condition is quite similar here in Indonesia for the presidential election. Now we have one period around 5 years also. Yeah, but when you talk about the project all have to be done during that period and then mostly done by all the officials, I think it is also the same mindset that we the government official have in here. So bringing the narrative of participation process during the urban regeneration planning is also the work that Kampung network in Jakarta and many other cities in Indonesia done all this time, trying to done. Okay, next we have one of our participants raising their hands. Mirai Anabila, do you want to ask something verbally? Oh, maybe not. Okay. Maybe we can go to. This is another question about, yeah, you have the project was very amazing, and then how much the government financial support? I think you already answered this earlier, but is it possible, do you think, in underdeveloped or developing countries? Yeah. Yeah. And then another question. This is a very good question, actually. Just comment. So I'm curious to know, was the community also learn and become familiar about their historical environment? As you explained before, the Gamcheon Cultural Village nowadays more well known than Amidong. I suppose it is because Amidong built their to connect their community at the first place rather than commercial tourist attraction or something that is visible outcome. Yeah, so actually, how was the process when the community learned about their historical and become familiar with their historical environment, and also taking their step as a cultural village regeneration, urban regeneration after that?
Yeah, I think this this discussion is maybe related with the former question. You know, originally, as I show you some photographs of the tombstone, which was scattered in the village. And then, you know, if you see carefully, the people, you know, illiterate the letters.
Yeah.
Because not to read, you know, not to read the tombstone. Because they were feel ashamed, you know, living on the tomb, living on the cemetery. That's why they illiterate the Chinese letters, the names of the tombstone. And then, or sometimes they, you know, turn over the tombstones, not to see the front side, you know.
Yeah.
So because that's why, you know, they don't want to think about they are living on the cemetery. But it's because they have to live there, but they don't want to live there. So whenever they can, they become able to leave, they leave, you know, because they don't want. But now, they don't want to talk about tombstones. Yeah, so it's kind of,
Like bittersweet.
Dark history, you know. But nowadays, after the Kampung village, you know, affected the local people, because after seeing that the Kampung village have 3 million tourists, and they said that maybe the Amidong people said that maybe we can do something similar, because the Kampung was worse than the Amidong. You know?
The condition before.
Yeah, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, before the tourist comes to the village, they were worse than the Amidong. So Amidong was much better because they have more near to the downtown, and so after they witnessed the success of the Kampung village, I think they changed their thinking. They thought about the tombstone. Maybe this tombstone can be a resource for the community, maybe. Or so nowadays we call this village Amidong Tombstone Cultural Village. So tombstone is officially called and named. So, and the people, the local people agreed to officially name the tombstone as the name of their community. So they changed the perspective, looking the tombstone. But I think still maybe they have ambiguous, maybe contradictory view about the tombstones. Maybe I think so, but yeah, and that anyhow, I think the community leaders, they know that this is a kind of historical, the history which is dark or which is bright can be resources for the communities. So I think it's a big change. 10 years ago, we never thought about using tombstone as a official village name. So it changed.
Okay, yeah, very interesting your answer. I hope it can inspire also the process in Kampung Aquarium, because from the earlier excavation project, we also found a building foundation on the land of Kampung Aquarium. Maybe the process of Amidong can also inspire after the project of Kampung Aquarium after this. This is also an interesting questions, I think, regarding the inspired by our government here in Indonesia. Is there any friction between Busan city government or Korean government with local people of Amidong before or during this program happened? Or maybe also you can elaborate, is there any friction between the local government and then the national government and then the people of Amidong community?
Yeah, there are always frictions. There are always conflicts between Busan city government and the Korean government, and between city government to local people. Not conflict between Korean government and the local people because they don't know each other.
Yeah, too far.
Yeah, too far. But the main friction between the Korean government and Busan city government, the Korean government expedited the project, finish as soon as possible. So the officials from Busan city government always, get pressed from the from the Korean government. And the local government, local people and the local government, there's always a lot of conflicts because like for example, the stone house, the stone shop, the renovation of the stone house. The stone house, originally it was the outcome of the workshop with the local people and the local organization. And then they decided to use the renovated stone house as a bookshop and kind of the rice bowl restaurant. But the officials, they have to do work, their job according to the regulation.
That's right.
The regulation, and then the regulation, they prohibit to run restaurant because this is illegal house, illegal building inside the illegal building that has no, document of the building. So the restaurant cannot get permission inside the illegal building. So that's why we are stay still, with the house still empty. So there's a lot of, the officials want to do, according to the regulations, but the local people, they, local people, they want to do, something, kind of, it's very, very difficult to explain, but anyhow, yeah. And that is one conflict, one reason for conflict. Another is that if the governor, the mayor, has a different idea which is different with the local people, yeah, then it make a conflict. So we make we have make a master plan after hearing from the local peoples and a lot of workshops, and we made a master plan. But sometimes maybe the mayor of the city, he can think that he or she can think that this project is not good for the city. So he ask the officials to change something, so to change some design or to change the function, to change the programs. Then the officials maybe in between the mayor and the local people. So they are in very difficult situations. So maybe there is something like that. It happened in our project, and usually it happens in other urban regeneration projects. So, and this is another conflict, the reason for conflict between local people and the local government. And then,
yeah, okay. Yeah, so maybe after this, what is the closest, what is the future project in the Amidong community in near future?
My future, in the future. So I think the project's supposed to finish this year. But we have not finished some projects like the museum and the stone house project, and some other projects we have not finished. The guest house also, we have not finished them yet. So I think they will be finished maybe next year. But and then the public fund, the national fund, will be finish next year.
I see.
But the bad thing is that still the whole area, the population of the whole area still decrease slowly and slowly. And then the empty houses still increases because it's kind of, a huge trend, huge change, This is related with the total economy system of Busan city, Busan metropolitan city. It's not by, the problem of small community itself. So it's related with the total economic system of the Busan. But the situation of the economy of Busan metropolitan city is not very good now. So I think the situation is getting worse and a little worse and worse. So I think maybe the official urban regeneration project will finish next year. But I think we have to do more to change the communities, and then we have to maybe help the local people, or we have to make another small project, not a big project, small project, to use the spaces, the museum, the shops, the guest house, the mini house, to use that kind of facilities. We have to encourage the community activities and the community economies and maybe community as a whole. So yeah.
So actually, this is will be my last question, I think. So you earlier said that the public fund will be ended next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then after the period of public fund finish, do Amidong community has another plan for getting the support other than public fund?
Yes, the national government asked each urban regeneration project that after the national fund finished, then the community must stand independent.
I see.
Yeah, they ask because we have supported this amount of money, and then the community must stand alone. But it's not easy, as you know. Right. It's not easy. And then one way is that using the community spaces, community buildings, or the shops, the guest houses. Maybe the community learned the buildings which was constructed or provided by the urban regeneration project, and using that with the local people, maybe they can make profit, a small profit maybe, and then maybe with that profit, they can continue their the community activities or self-help programs. So and then except the urban regeneration fund from the Ministry of Construction, there's other ministries program the funds, which is not very big, but maybe we can get help, support from the other ministries. But
okay. Oh yeah, very challenging for Almidong community in the future too. And I know last time I said it is the last question, but I think this time is the last question. Actually, this question is from Mbak Elisa. Professor Wu, you said that city government would like to propose the site for UNESCO World Heritage Site. How does the citizen react to the government intention?
Pardon, one more time, please.
About the UNESCO World
Heritage
Site. How does the citizen react to the intention?
It's if just in the center of a community, if one building is designated or enlisted as a heritage, maybe there's a lot of limitations to the surrounding area. So the local residents are worrying about that kind of regulations surrounding area about the heritage building. But this is the originally this community, the Tombstone Village, not the Amidong, the whole area of Amidong. The Tombstone Village was originally Japanese cemetery. It was a public cemetery, and most of the land belongs to the national government. So the houses, the local people in the tombstone, most of them have ownership on the building only.
I see.
So if the national government do not agree with the local people, they cannot rebuild it. Once they destroy the house, they don't have ownership. So I think in current situation, the people especially the District 2, they cannot rebuild their houses. If they have money, they cannot rebuild. So but still, and sometimes some people said that if we have that kind of UNESCO heritage, maybe that would be the pride of our communities. But some people maybe who have a legal land, they worrying about the regulations. So there's different voices from the local people.
I see. Yeah. So the UNESCO heritage issue also can become a challenge, and needs to be very careful with the impact for the whole community. Yeah. So I think our time sadly is already finished. I would like to thank you so much for Professor Wu for your sharing an important lesson for us. And I hope the public participants, also there is several government staff that are here, and representation from Kampung participants can create a better participatory program in terms of urban regeneration in their own hometowns or their own kampungs. Thank you so much, Professor Wu, for your
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Okay, so we will have our third session with Professor Jin Young Woo from National Taiwan University. But before that, we will have a short video, around 5 minutes, and then after that, we will have a short breaks for 30 minutes. So this morning we already watched the video about the history of Kampung Aquarium and their surrounding site in Pasar Ikan, North Jakarta. But this time the video will also shows about the process of Kampung Aquarium, the advocacy to the provincial government, Jakarta government, to rebuild their kampung. Yeah, I hope you can. Professor Kanki, do you have something to say first?
Oh, okay. I like to thank you to Professor Wu because I heard that he was so busy until now, and but we asked him to have this time for him for our conference. So thank you very much. And
it's my pleasure.
Thank you. Actually, I and my lab members just happened to visit Amidong last year. Not planned, but that is.
We have known each other last year.
Yeah, last year.
We should have known each other.
So I can understand a little bit about the situation, and but the story is more deep and many surprising things, and at the same time, I'm really looking forward to the future.
Yeah.
That is really good experience, and we can share so many things. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you for hearing. Yeah. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. See you Sunday.
See you in Amidong.
Yeah. I hope we at Kampung Aquarium also can visit Amidong sometimes in the near future.
Thank you very much.
I also want to have a chance to visit Kampung Aquarium.
Of course,
Sure,
of course.
sure.
Yeah.
We will always welcome you if you come to Indonesia.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
okay. So I will share my screen. All right.
Dari Jakarta, warga kampung akuarium yang direlokasi ke rumah susun kembali menempati lahan bekas rumah mereka yang digusur. Mereka mengharapkan realisasi janji pasangan gubernur dan wakil gubernur DKI terpilih Anies Baswedan Sandiaga Uno yang akan kembali membangun permukiman mereka yang ada di kampung akuarium.
Karena adanya kepercayaan warga bahwa mereka memiliki hak terhadap tanah ini dan juga adanya permasalahan terhadap legalitas dari penggusuran yang kemarin dilakukan pada bulan April 2016 yang lalu, dan dari lebih dari hampir 400 kepala keluarga yang terdiri dari kurang lebih 1.500-an warga yang sebelumnya tinggal di sini. Memang sebagian diantaranya yaitu 179 kepala keluarga yang membawa kurang lebih 600 hingga 700 warga memang telah dinyatakan kembali ke kampung akuarium ini.
So after the eviction, they live in the hut, temporary hut, like you can see in the screen, for around 1.5 years until 2 years, I think. This is actually the first design proposal that was made with the participative design process with the architect and Mas Andes that we already seen yesterday. And this is the shelter, temporary shelter design process and the construction process. So maybe you can see after the people of Kampung Akuarium live in their shelter, how the shelter immediately becomes very lively with their activities. The lady, the housewife, also actively participated in the Kampung Akuarium design, participative design. So this is the greenery section of the Kampung Aquarium. Maybe the team from Kyoto that already visit Kampung Aquarium still remember. This is only around 1 year, I think, after they moved to the shelter. They already make this whole kampung becomes green again.
Yeah, that's great. Great memory. It's edible landscape actually.
Yeah, the harvest. That's all. All right. Okay, so thank you so much. Oh, what is it? I'm sorry. Yeah. So thank you so much for attending the second session. Now we will have a 25 minutes break until 3:30. Yeah, 3:30 in Jakarta's time. So, and after that, we will have our third session with Professor Jin Young Woo from National Taiwan University. So, yeah, let's meet again in 30 minutes. Thank you so much, everyone.
Dari Jakarta, warga kampung akuarium yang direlokasi ke rumah susun kembali menempati lahan bekas rumah mereka yang digusur. Mereka mengharapkan realisasi janji pasangan gubernur dan wakil gubernur DKI terpilih Anies Baswedan Sandiaga Uno yang akan kembali membangun permukiman mereka yang ada di kampung akuarium.
Karena adanya kepercayaan warga bahwa mereka memiliki hak terhadap tanah ini dan juga adanya permasalahan terhadap legalitas dari penggusuran yang kemarin dilakukan pada bulan April 2016 yang lalu, dan dari lebih dari hampir 400 kepala keluarga yang terdiri dari kurang lebih 1.500-an warga yang sebelumnya tinggal di sini. Memang sebagian di antaranya yaitu 179 kepala keluarga yang membawa kurang lebih 600 hingga 700 warga memang telah dinyatakan kembali ke kampung akuarium ini.
Dari Jakarta, warga kampung akuarium yang direlokasi ke rumah susun kembali menempati lahan bekas rumah mereka yang digusur. Mereka mengharapkan realisasi janji pasangan gubernur dan wakil gubernur DKI terpilih Anies Baswedan Sandiaga Uno yang akan kembali membangun permukiman mereka yang ada di kampung akuarium.
Karena adanya kepercayaan warga bahwa mereka memiliki hak terhadap tanah ini dan juga adanya permasalahan terhadap legalitas dari penggusuran yang kemarin dilakukan pada bulan April 2016 yang lalu, dan dari lebih dari hampir 400 kepala keluarga yang terdiri dari kurang lebih 1.500-an warga yang sebelumnya tinggal di sini. Memang sebagian diantaranya yaitu 179 kepala keluarga yang membawa kurang lebih 600 hingga 700 warga memang telah dinyatakan kembali ke kampung akuarium ini.
dari Jakarta, warga kampung akuarium yang direlokasi ke rumah susun kembali menempati lahan bekas rumah mereka yang digusur. Mereka mengharapkan realisasi janji pasangan gubernur dan wakil gubernur DKI terpilih Anies Baswedan Sandiaga Uno yang akan kembali membangun permukiman mereka yang ada di kampung akuarium.
Karena adanya kepercayaan warga bahwa mereka memiliki hak terhadap tanah ini dan juga adanya permasalahan terhadap legalitas dari penggusuran yang kemarin dilakukan pada bulan April 2016 yang lalu, dan dari lebih dari hampir 400 kepala keluarga yang terdiri dari kurang lebih 1.500-an warga yang sebelumnya tinggal di sini, memang sebagian diantaranya yaitu 179 kepala keluarga yang membawa kurang lebih 600 hingga 700 warga memang telah dinyatakan kembali ke kampung akuarium ini.
Hi, is everybody here? Already come back? Hello. It's been a very long time.
Yeah, it's a Wu Sensei from Taiwan now.
Hi, everyone.
Wu Sensei from Korea, Wu Sensei from Taiwan.
Right, we have two.
And I questioned to Professor Wu why they have a name of Ami. Because I was a little bit surprised about, Ami is the name of the tribe in the Siju.
That's right. I also wonder quite the same thing.
But maybe a little bit different. I'm not so sure. But the Ami in Busan is a name of mountain and originated from the Buddhism culture.
Right. Amis people, the name is another ethnic group, indigenous group, call them Amis, means northern people. Northern people is Amis. So Amis have another name called Bangza. Usually they call themselves Bangza or Amis. If they close to southern part, they were more familiar with Amis. So some people call themselves Amis, some people call them Bangza.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Sure, no problem.
So the participants are coming back. Yeah, the numbers keep adding up. They just finished their breaks. Okay, so maybe I will introduce our fourth speaker of the day in our third station. We welcome Professor Wu Jin-yong from National Taiwan University. So last year, actually, I and two people from Kampung Aquarium have the opportunity to visit the Amis community in Taiwan, yeah. And we also miss and really want to know what happens during this 1 year since our last visit. Yeah, so he will share his years of experience with the Amis community, the indigenous settler from the east coast of Taiwan, and their long story about 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, right? So, yeah, whenever you're ready, Professor Wu Jin-yong, the time and screen is yours. Oh, one more thing, your time is also 45 minutes, so please make use of it well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here again. Great to see you again. My name is Jin-yong Wu. Today I'm going to show you an example of indigenous tribe in Taiwan. Can you all see the first page? Okay, great. Okay. Today I'm going to introduce the conservation of communal culture through the participatory design process for a special indigenous tribe in urban area in Taiwan. This case, we work with Endo Sensei, Xia Sensei, and also Toyota Foundation for more than 12 years, since 2008. And we're still working on it. We're at the final stage, and you will see later. Okay, I'm architect and designer from the Building Planning Research Foundation, National Taiwan University. Okay, let's try. Okay. Taiwan have a close connection with Kampung Aquarium people. We all share with the same culture. We are part of the Austronesia family. We share the same memory and cultural heritage together. We are on the northern part of this family, and Indonesia on the western part of this family. And we also share the same language. Last time I visit Kampung Aquarium, Mr. Topaz showed me how to pronounce his home as Luma. But also in Xizhou tribe, we also call our home Luma. So we use the same language to call our home. We have the same connection with human and nature and community. Home, as a Luma, is not just a physical environment, but also a culture, a cultural ritual activity, not just a container to live within, but also a continued practice, a living process of whole community. So Luma represents as home. It has a many meaning and many layers. I'm going to have a short introduction about the living history of Xizhou tribe. Some of them may already know it. Sorry about that. Okay. Taiwan indigenous people occupy like 2% of our population. And among them, over 50% people already moved to urban area looking for better income and living conditions. But their urban income still not enough to support their urban living. So they forced to look for cheaper or illegal household or find a place to build their own community. Today, the Xizhou tribe I'm going to introduce, the Xizhou tribe is a self-built community along the riverbank. The people live in Xizhou tribe originally as Amis people live in eastern part of Taiwan. Okay, let me show you. Okay, they live in the eastern part of Taiwan originally in Hualien County and Taitung County. And since the economic condition in their hometown decreasing, they moved to northern urban area looking for better living condition. But they don't have enough income to support their urban living, so they're looking for the site for their community. But when they looking for their illegal site for their community, they still have the image or cultural influence from their hometown. We can call a cultural landscape. They still have the memory of their home. When they're looking for a place in urban area, they still want to looking for the similar landscape as the hometown. Amis people have a tradition about their ancestors living with water. So at their hometown, they always live with water, live with river, close to ocean. After they migrate to urban area, they're still looking for the similar landscape, similar layout of this kind of landscape. So Xizhou tribe find a place along Xindian River basin, along the Xindian River bank. They find a place to locate their community, their settlement. Other settlements also follow the same cultural landscape pattern. They looking for illegal settlement along the riverbank. Okay, they migrate to urban areas since late 70s, so it's almost 40 years now, or more than 40 years. Okay. When they migrate to the urban area, they work as construction workers. So actually, they are the real builder, the authentic builder of the city. This aerial photo is the metropolitan Taipei area. This river is Xindian River. You can see the right bottom, right corner here is Xizhou tribe. So Xizhou tribe, the people of the Xizhou tribe built a city. But after the city become modernized, they build all these fancy high tower buildings. The builders still cannot find a place for their own. Okay. But Xizhou people, they migrate to urban areas still with their cultural heritage. They inherit the immense cultural tradition from their hometown. They enjoy the community living, the communal tribal life, contrast with the Han people, the mainstream culture in Taiwan, the more like individualized urban life, the nuclear family life. So they not just migrate to urban area, but also live in urban area for 40 years, which means they also create their own memories in urban area, create their own social or communal memory, and create their own social network and urban identity around the waterfront site. So they also create or remain their own culture in urban area, such as the Yilixin, also known as a Harvest Festival. They hold this festival every year in their community, using their traditional ritual to celebrate their ancestor spirits. But they're also living in an urban area. So they get, which give them an opportunity to have cross-cultural invention. The people here are the team member of Dragon Ball race of Xizhou tribe. But Dragon Ball race is a Han culture tradition in May. They participate this dragon race once because and they become an urban people. One reason is they familiar with water. They have water-oriented culture, but they also could mix with Han culture in urban area, which give them some strength and power to innovate new possibility of culture in urban area. They also won the race a lot. This is a trophy they won. Okay. So after they migrate to urban area, they reconstruct the urban riverbank, become a human habitat. They recreate the relationship between nature and human living. They also recreate the landscape in their hometown. You see this cross-section of the tribe. On the highland is tribal houses, and lowland is vegetable garden and farming, and shallow or still water for swimming and fishing, and main river for water. This cross-section happen in their hometown, but also happen in urban area. So they follow the same idea of land, the same relationship with nature to create their home in urban area. Even they living in an illegal site, even they use cheap or abandoned material to build their own house, but they still have the idea of home. They still have the idea of close to water. They still have the idea to connect to nature. Okay, so even they live in an urban area, they still create their own living environment, follow the cultural ideal, cultural heritage they brought from their hometown. So in Xizhou tribe, Xizhou area, physically, it's a self-help home or self-built community. They use recycled material, cheap material, or any material they can find to build their home. They collage. Sometimes they find some concrete, sometimes they can find some plywood or steel. They use the material to build their own house. As a society, they create a very intense community. Before they move into the Sido tribe, they already know some of them, which means they already have certain social connection to the community. And after they move in, they live together, they live nearby, they create more close connections. So society as an intense community. And culturally, they brought their own Amis culture to urban area and practice their culture in urban setting, in urban landscape. Like this, they're still fishing in urban river. And they have annual festival celebration in their home, in their community. Okay. In the center is the Sido tribe. This is a river. They migrate to here, find this place very close, very similar to their hometowns. They settle down, build a community. After 40 years, the city expands. The citizens of metropolitan Taipei, they expand, move close to them. They build highway along them. They build metropolitan system. So the city and the citizens start to demand urban infrastructure to protect the citizens. So they propose to build a dike along the river to protect the urban area, to protect the extent urban area. They build a dike will cross the Sido tribe, which means the urban infrastructure will destroy, demolish the urban tribe in a short time in order to protect other urban area, which create a very intense tension between Sido tribe and local government. Create also conflicts between them. And Sido tribe also don't want to move. They protest and want to protect their own home. The banner say, "We never move. We want to live at where we are." Okay, the urban infrastructure at this time become an urban bulldozer, try to destroy everything on their way. Okay. But Sido tribe also don't want to surrender. They fight the battle back. They launch a series of protests to against the exclusive urban process, try to protect their own home. And they started, unfortunately, they start a negotiation process with local government. Okay. Urban infrastructure represented by local government, social movement and protests represented by tribal people. They have conflicts, they sit down, start to negotiation, they have issues. At this time, professionals and students and scholars could step in using participatory design as a method, as a tool to mediate this negotiation. Try to find new strategy, a new way, a new solution for both sides. A win-win solution for local government, a win solution also for tribal people. Participatory design to corroborate tribal people to develop a new relocation plan for them. Okay, so we start a series of workshop, meeting with tribal people, try to develop, format our own plan, which means we try to create a new community by community, try to create a new community memory by participation. Through this process, we have a new house, new project, but also this process become our new memory about our new home. So everything happened right now at present will become history, become memory. So we act as a memory creator. This is Endo Sensei and Xia Sensei. Endo Sensei and Xia Sensei lead us to develop a series of process. It's Endo Sensei and Xia Sensei, and thank you for Toyota Foundation support Endo Sensei's work in Taiwan and with us. So I start to introduce the participatory design process. We have several steps. First, we have to observe and learning the living of Sido tribe. We are not post our professional ideas on their new future. We learn from their living, learn from their existing community. How they create their own home, how they create their space, how they are living in such a community without a professional help or without institutional help. We are doing interview, we ask people questions, and we take pictures, and we also document the existing buildings, try to learn how they live together, how they live in a very special way, and how this idea could be replicated in the future plan. Okay. During the process, we find out a very special, interesting activity called Badao Si. It's an outdoor gathering party, which happens almost every day at the community, or every holiday. They like to get together, share food, share their living experience, and chattering, talking, and have food, share their interesting things in the work site and also other aspects. Badao Si is outdoor activities. It's very attractive activity. It happens at every corner of the community. They open to everyone, enjoy them, and welcome everyone to join them. Okay, let's see another one. Okay. And about their own home, this is Chief Masa's home. You can see from the ceiling to floor is all white. Chief Masa take care of his home very carefully and keep it clean every day. But sometimes the flood or the typhoon come in, the water will flood into his house and create a mess. You see the refrigerator already floating in the water. It's create a mess in his house, and they have to clean up every day to restore the house into this white situation. So they take care of their home very carefully, and they, of course, they build their own home at the first time. Okay, let's see. So this is the survey we have done to document every household in the community to learn how they construct, how they use the space. This is a picture we learned. This small house built by a construction worker who are also very talented and very skilled, and how to build this triangle shape as a landmark of his entrance, the main door of his house. Okay. During this process, we adopt a method of a pattern language try to figure out the connection or relationship between environment and people living. We create a series of patterns, try to document and describe the communal living in Xizhou tribe. Use this pattern, we understand the existing situation of Xizhou tribe, but also use a pattern as a tool to recreate a new community in the future. For example, the first pattern we find is the settlement aligned water. When they build their own community as the first time, they find water very similar to their hometown. So they build their community along the water bank, along the river. So in the future, we still have to follow the same pattern in order to create an environment of home, an environment of water-oriented landscape. And also, they have a series of cultural activities in the water, in the river. They still have fishing in the river. And also, they have more powerful and important influence in their own home of female members, matriarchal space. The community created by the living pattern of sisters in the same families. Also, they are indigenous people. They have a special needs for living and memory, such as the space for army's memory or outdoor working to create their own rituals, materials, and furnitures. An urban plaza surrounding by multi-activities such as gathering hall, landmark of tribal plaza, children playground and parking lot, and outdoor, and also can use as an outdoor movie theater. And this is a ceremony of the annual harvest festival at Yixing ceremony. So the central plaza is very important for them. And the Badaoxi is a communal outdoor gathering parties, a traditional way to share their life and experience to the community. And it's very casual, relaxed, and they can share, they can communicate, they can build a stronger connection during this process. And living alley, there's a small, safe area, small space for children and elderly people. They can living and safely walking in this narrow area. And they also use their own familiar material to build their own house, and their own community, like bamboo, use bamboo to build a fence. And finally, create an eco-community to rebuild the relationship between nature and human by using green network, create a small garden within the community and mix with open space. And they use their indigenous wisdom to create edible garden and how to harvest or gathering wild vegetable from nature as a food, to use the nature supply become their own food. Okay. The second stage is to create a series of public activities as a process to create a communal consensus for the future development. Even they have a strong connection as a community, but regarding to the physical development, physical planning, you still have to adapt to know more about this. So Endo Sensei used his famous slide sharing meeting to introduce the possible future for community. And we also conduct a series of workshops like the flags drawing, site visiting, to help community to know more about the future, to gain the control about the future. So we also help them to establish the community association, a formal association could dialogue with the local government, a formal entity recognized by government, so we can have an equal position to talk with local government. This is a flag drawing workshop. Everyone in the community could grab a pen, start to draw their future home, and they can share their idea with community. And use also visit a future site to mark the boundary, mark the important landmark on the site to familiar with the dimension, orientation, or nearby surrounding of the future community. And also, we create our own memory through the series of activities and create our own cultural landscape. During the construction process, the local chief and local elder leader went back to their hometown, went back to their hometown's riverbank to locate a certain rock, a certain stone, to represent their ancestor spirits. And they brought back this stone to urban area and bury this stone in their construction site to transfer the urban site, the urban tribe, into a safe and sacred place for their people. This is richer, I would say, this is richer to secure their mental idea, to secure their living in urban area. So the ancestor spirits represented by the sacred stone connect the urban waterfront and homeland waterfront. So we create a linkage between homeland and urban area. Urban is not a temporary living anymore. Urban become a future home. Urban become a permanent community for them. So they're burying the stone and conduct a series of ceremony to pray to the ancestor spirits. Okay. Since that, the stone become a very important landmark for them. So they create their own landscape. They create their own layer of history. They create their own cultural rituals. After they burying the stone on the construction site, every annual festival, they have to pray to their ancestor spirits at the site. So they create their own cultural ritual, they create their own ceremony. So culture and history is alive, could be created by community, by local people, by strong connections. Phase 3, we conduct open discussion about major planning principles, such as the layout of public space, the spatial relationship with neighbors, and the building size of individual household. Of course, these all important issues. So we go through a series of meetings. People arguing, people represent their ideas and listen and talk and making decisions. This is a long process and we need go through it. We need to confirm and we need to make sure everyone participate, everyone contribute their idea. Therefore, everyone's idea, everyone's vision could be included in the future plan. Such as we have a workshop about public space, like the gathering hall. The location of gathering hall should be in the center of the community or in the entrance of the community. So we separate the community to several groups, and they have discussion and have their presentation, talk about the ideas of the location of the gathering hall, and finally they decide the location of gathering hall should be at the center of the community. And neighboring process, how to decide your neighbors, how to determine the size of your house, how to create a community as a whole tribe. Goes through a serious process, goes through a serious meeting, and everyone have their own interest. Everyone want to argue with others, but we need to open to everyone. We need to go through this process. We need to go through this open and democratic process to reach the final decision. Finally, we do the individual design for individual household. Through this process, we interview each household and try to include their idea, try to create a home, a layout for themselves. Through this process, through this participatory design process, the housing design is not a black box anymore. It's an open and extensive discussion to include their own idea, which means they could have power to control, to dominate their own future. And therefore, they have more power to take care of their own future, take care of their own home, and to create a communal tribe together. Okay, this is discussion with every household and try to translate their idea into graphic design, into spatial design, into physical layout. Try to remain their culture living, their existing living, but create a modern and suitable and secure, safe house for them in the future. Okay, this is the 3D modeling for them. Okay, some of them are construction workers and very talented builders. So they could create their own drawing. This drawing made by Mr. Chen here. He already imagined his own home, his own house in the future. There's a 3-room house here and a garden in the front. Where is a gate, where is a fence, and how to create its own garden in the front of the house. Okay, it's almost the same, almost a very professional, a very complex drawing for build a home, build a house. Even children have the power to speak out. They use clay, they use drawing to represent their idea of their own future. Okay. And we use participate collage design to help the discussion. This is Koji Xiao. Right now he's a professor in Osaka. He is also a student of Endo Sensei at that time. Join us to help to conduct a serious collage workshop with residents. The final outcome of the process, everyone have a living room, their own entrance, and create a small cluster. Every cluster have their own landscape paving idea. And next step, we start to build a model, 3D model to present their future design. So the tribal member could have better understanding about their own home in the future. Okay, so we need to build a bigger model so people could understanding and could use model as a tool to discuss their own future. So the model is so big, so we cannot find a place to accommodate. We locate. We just put the whole bed in a tribal plaza and allow everyone to walk around the plaza to discuss their own future. Talk about the model and which one should be modeled, should be modified. And finally, we introduce professional architect to do the final design, to do the construction drawings, to make sure every detail fits to the regulation, the structure safety, the fire regulation, and all the piping system could work well. So architect Lu Qingwen Lu helped us to do the participate design, and he and his team talk with every household about the detail of the house, and modify and do a lot of serious drawings. Regarding to the gathering hall, I use my own design studio to help community to build a communal gathering hall. Follow the same method. We interview, discuss with local people and students to build their own model and to follow their own living patterns. And we have final review. This Endo Sensei Soda-san here to talk about the future design of gathering hall. And they document the final outcome. And we also we really follow the design in this stage to build a gathering hall in the center of community and build this plant these trees here. Okay. Regarding to the physical plan, the real regulation plan, I think Kampung Aquarium have a very wise decision to remain every household on their construction site, even they have to move to smaller household. Because if you move out, if you move to other place, you will lose the connection to your own environment. You will lose the connection to your neighborhood. You will lose the feeling of the context. For example, for the Xizhou tribe, the most important connection is the linkage to water. So Xizhou tribe locate at the Xindian River here. They're facing the river, but also they on the way of the river control line here. The government want to build a dike along this red line. Okay. So they have to demolish the Xizhou tribe here. And we find a piece of public land behind the red line. The yellow area is a public owned property. It's a public land here. So we propose they divide the dike construction into two phases. Phase one, to build the super dike here, okay, outside of the Xizhou tribe, and move up the whole tribe on the phase one construction. Then start to phase two after that. So Xizhou tribe don't have to move. They just have to wait their new home built up, and they move to a new home, and they migrate to the new site. And the government construction could continue after they migrate to the new home. Okay. So we conduct, and we use the idea of super dike. Originally, the government want to build a very traditional, simple dike along the water line here. Let me back to the picture here. Originally they want to build a very traditional dike along this red line. Therefore, they will create a water wall, a river wall along the river, separate the nature and the city, but also demolish the whole Shido tribe. So we propose they should build a super dike along this dike line. It's not just create a dike to protect the urban area from the flood of the river, but also create a new space, a new place to accommodate the new community. This is the phase 1 construction. They already finished the super dike. So they then fill this area to certain elevation, and they also expand the area of the dike to create a new construction site for the future tribe. This is a drawing. We done the planning for the future house. At the center is the living area, and it's a gathering hall, it's a greenery park, and river is in the front. They also parallel with the river, and this part is a cultural and open space for their open ritual annual harvest festival. And also we use science to help us to understanding our future. We cooperate with National Taiwan University and Danjiang University to test our design, to test our model regarding to the wind and the airflow. And we find out some area is blocking the airflow. So we modify a little bit about our design to create air corridor allow the wind passing through to blow through the community to create better environment. Here's the corridor, open corridor here. And this is also the final construction drawing done by the architect Lu Qingwen Lu. Architect Lu also finished the construction drawing, the gathering hall at the center. It's a 3D model of the future community. Gathering hall as center, and every household have different design. Since every household have different life, have different members, they have different living, so they should have different space. So we design every household for themselves, create a very special place for themselves. Every household is different. You see the partition layout is different. Some is 3 connect together since they are sister and brothers. They want to live together. This household is a mother and daughter. They want to live together. The cousins, they want to live together. Okay. It's not a household. Scattering hall model. We elevate the water tank in a certain height to create the water pressure to supply the water to every household, but also use the symbol, use the language of traditional watching tower in their hometown to create a certain symbol of the community. This is the aerial photo of the construction. This is river, and in the front of tribe. This is the original tribe. This is a new site. Okay. They finished the first phase of the dike, create a super dike, and we start to build house on the super dike. After this part finish, we'll move to the new site, and they will demolish all community and continue the urban dike construction. Okay. During the process, professionals, architects, still to checking, to monitor, to supervise the every steps of the construction to make sure the house will safe and fit the regulation. And also, the residents also check in for the detailed design, the color of tile, the pattern of their bathroom, and the location of their own door, windows. We can still do some small modification during the construction process. And also, we can create our own community by our own self. We paint the construction fence by our own self. The community donate their own labor, their own time to paint this construction fence to represent this will be indigenous tribe constructions in the future. You see the aerial photo of the concrete mold here. Some concrete already finished. I'm pouring the concrete on the roof. I'm here as a white hat to supervise the construction. And you remember this idea how we separate the two faces. Okay. It's an aerial photo. The line of the dike probably in here, so from this end to this end, across the old original community. Okay. We preserve the community here to build the first phase, phase 1, first part of the dike as a super dike, also the construction site for the community. So build a house first and move in later. After they move in, the government could continue the phase 2, the construction of the urban dike, to demolish the old community and build a dike along the riverside to protect the other urban area. So the community don't have to move. They still live in their old house. They still have their own living. They still have their own existing social network with neighbors, with other area around here. So we try to create or preserve or conserve the communal living or the communal culture at the same time. And since they are construction workers, they could build their own house by themselves. They build a community by the community. The tribal chief lead a small group of construction team to help to build a concrete mold. It's a tribal chief, Masa here, and his wife, also construction worker. Okay, and his team member and the team member's wife. So it's kind of a group work. The community contribute to build their own house, not just wait for the government's construction. They contribute their own efforts and labors in this process. Another couple helped to build the concrete mold, husband and wife here, and also their child to work on the construction site. They are very professional workers in urban area. Since they already built a lot of other people's home, today they have the chance to build their own home. And they also could have a very interest living in construction site. They already create a home-like living in construction site. Like they have lunch together, they hang their coat on one side of construction site. They put their own tools and stoves in the construction site. then their dog follow them to work with in the construction site. Have lunch in the construction site. They have a break at lunchtime, then argue and talk to each other about their future life. You see this just poor concrete, just in the middle of construction, but they act like they're already living in the construction. They're already living in this house. They act like they already have nice living, nice lunch together in this house. Okay. And through the process, they still help to build a house. They move the brick to the second floor to build a fence on the second floor, or do the paint job in the interior house. Okay. Let's see. So during this construction process, community will build their own house. During this process, the tribal member as construction worker will not become a stranger in this process. They become the foundation of the community, since they build their own house, they build their own community. After work, they get off work, they have party, they have dancing, celebrate the future of the new tribe. This is a picture of this inside. You see the gathering hall already finished. Some of the roof already finished, and some tile already finished. Okay. Individual household, we see the use the hollow concrete brick to build a fence to allow the air passing through to create a more cooler environment inside. We only finished, almost finished this project with at the final stage. Okay, this is another pictures of the house. See, at the second floor they have a balcony. You could have party. They have a dialogue with neighbors. Okay, this is tribal members. Okay, at the final part, I want to introduce our tribal living as an eco museum. After our construction, after people, the residents move into their new home, what kind of life they expect in the future? We already build some connection with other peoples, like we can create certain connection with other cultural groups, like collaborate with the puppet theaters to have workshop to build this performance, and to have a rehearsal, have a performance along the riverside. Okay, and have other indigenous people to visiting Sito tribe to learn their building process, to learn this whole idea of relocation, and have walking tour to local university students to introduce their culture, their history by tribal members. And other international cooperation, we accommodate a field trip of Eco House team from Minamata City, Japan. And also accommodate the scholar from International Social Housing Conference. They visit our house, this Mr. Chi Sensei from Osaka University. Okay, and we also have a field trip tour for local elementary school. And another theater performed in the community plaza. like the Habisi group, the theater from Japan, to perform a drama represent the renovation after the 311 earthquake in Japan. And since we have very rich Amis culture and some talent tribal members become a cook, become a chef. She could cook for a lot of people and create an indigenous cuisine restaurant at a tribe. And in the future, she also could still run a local restaurant or a food shop. But not just a food shop, a local restaurant. The same cook, the same owner have a rich idea, knowledge, and wisdom about the wild vegetables. She could host a walking tour about food and culture in university to introduce the idea or the knowledge of Amis style, eco knowledge about edible food and wild vegetable. So they not just selling the food, but also could contribute their idea knowledge to teach urban people, to teach residents about their own culture. They also could contribute their idea, their own culture to local people. They perform as local their own indigenous dance at the local nursing home here to entertain the elderly people at a local nursing home here. So at the end of my presentation, I want to conclude the Zero Tribe as a cultural landscape. The physical environment is a user-oriented housing design. We want to remain their own cultural idea about home, to remain the water-oriented landscape in a new design. The community try to preserve the whole community as a whole. We migrate or preserve every household during the process in order to preserve the intimate living network, remain the relationship of the community. And we also, of course, we create or preserve their own unique urban cultural habitat, not just the culture they brought up from their own hometown, but their new culture, the new creation in urban area. So make this new site as a new revival center for Amis culture, Amis tradition. Okay, during this process, today I want to honor Endo Sensei's legacy and also other members' contribution like Xia Sensei, Xiao Sensei, Soda-san, Zheng, Professor Zheng from Endo Sensei. Endo Sensei here try to making a rice cake in our tribe. And also rice cake tradition is a very important tradition in Amis. And celebrate his birthday in our tribe. So Labajang here. Thank you, Endo Sensei. Thank you for your contribution. We will continue your work to finish this project. And I really miss you. And also, thank you everyone for listening this presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Wu from National Taiwan University. Yeah, actually, I feel very overwhelmed actually with the participative process that's been done in Sisal tribe because they have very the participation participation process somehow very rich in their culture, right? And I find it very interesting because so many similarities also we find in Kampung Aquarium. For example, like the water, the connection of the people in civil tribe with the water, as we know that people in Kampung Aquarium also, a lot of them are fishermen, so the connection with water also very important. Yeah, we already have a question actually. I personally have a question after this, but I will allow Miss Ari. She is actually one of the participants from our workshop. She is asking in Indonesian. I will try to translate it for you. So the first question is how long the time needed for the planning, to the whole planning process until the CISO community can move into their new houses. Yeah. And then the second question is there any conflict from the tribe with the government when the idea of the relocation and the plan of using the public land nearby, and also the city project of building the huge dike is also separated by two phases, right? How is the reaction from the government side for that? And then the third one is actually a wish. So she's wishing that Kampung Aquarium can also reconstruction project can also be successful and keeping the participatory quality until the end. Maybe you can answer that question first.
Okay, the third part is also my wish. I wish every urban village, especially Kampung Aquarium, have a very smoothly and successful construction process in the future. And of course, we need face new issues and new problems, which bring back to the conflicts of tribal and local governments. Of course, a lot of conflicts, a lot of confrontation, a lot of protests, a lot of argument, fighting, but symbolize the process. Fight the battle. We have to fight. We have to stand on our own idea. We have to stand on our own culture. Our culture have value. The whole process of CISO planning, CISO design, and it take like 12 since 2008. 2008, so it's 2020 right now. It's more than 12 years. Still ongoing process. During this process, we stand on community culture, community value, and fight with local government. We're still fighting. We still have conflicts. We cooperate together, but we argue. We also argue at the same time. This is a common situation. Probably still the main idea. How to say that? So every stage we have to fight since beginning, like the relocation. How to relocate the whole tribe? We have to figure out a win-win solution professionally as a designer and planner. But we also have to use the power, use the value of tribe, of community to argue, to promote our idea with local government. Make them listen to us. Make them follow us decisions. We have to fight the battle. We have to expand our strengths. We have to get all the power, all the resources we can get to enlarge our group, to persuade the local government our idea is right. Our idea is a more appropriate idea. So at the first time, they want to build a dike to demolish the community. There's a simple way, or there's a very bureaucratic way for the government. Then the community fight back. So we create a negotiation possibility, a chance to negotiate with them. Then we propose the win-win solution, make them to accept. So we propose a solution that they cannot refuse. That's the professional work. Use our knowledge to find something new, to innovate new idea, to innovate new solution. The solution never exists before. We have to create new idea during this process to reach win-win solutions, to make the government listen to us. The two phases is a win-win solution. They have their own dike, they have their own infrastructure, they have their own connection. The community have a new site, have their own secure new home in the future. But community also have to negotiate, have to step back a little bit. They have to give up their own home, their own community right now. They have to move into a new home, new community. So that's whole participatory process. We have to create a new future, like an old community, like an old culture, like their own culture, their own community. We have to create their own homes, not professionals' home, not architects' home, not architects' ideal home, but community's ideal home, community-owned home. So we have to learn from them. We have to study from them. We have to look very careful about their daily living, how they use kitchen, how they use their plaza, how they teach teenagers, how they use water, and use this knowledge to design, to recreate a home for their future, to have better life. Okay, so that's the second question. The first question is how long? I don't know how long. At the first stage, I say like 2 or 3 years is long enough, but it's take 12 years right now.
Oh, yeah.
But it doesn't matter. We have to insist our own idea. We cannot give up as a professionals. We cannot give at this stage. We already at the final stage. We're already at the final part of the tunnel.
Yeah.
The light is in front of us. So probably this year or next year, we will finish the physical construction. But as I mentioned, the important things of the community is the relationship between environment and people. Okay. Although we create a physical environment in this year or next year, but we also have to take care other parts. How to create the social part, how to create the cultural part, how to create everything they need to sustain their future, to sustain their living and their memory in the future. They already live in this site for 40 years. They have their own memories. And they have a power to connect their living, their culture to other parts of the city, to Han people, to mainstream culture, to the Dragon Ball race, to urban modern construction, to conduct a series of living in urban areas. So they are not the weak part of the city. They are the strong part of the city. They are the core of the city because they provide different culture consideration, different reference of culture to create the cross-cultural innovation, which is the new competition or potential for future in the city. We are the leading part of the city living. We are not a weak part. instead of the disadvantaged communities. So not just Kampung living or urban village living or urban indigenous living, we all stand together as the core of the urban life. Okay, we are not the weak part, or I will say that again. We are the stronger part of the city because we survive in the modern life in the past decades. We will continue to survive in the future decades in our own new way. So how long this process, how long this planning will continue? I would say probably forever, as long as this city stands there. We will continue our works. And I hope every one of you will continue your works. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for your strong message, Mr. Professor Wu. Personally, I have a question regarding your explanation earlier about the fights to influence the government. Does the case of Sezoll tribe also has some changes in the regulation and in the government part? Yeah, because I think we also conquer the same problem in Kampung Aquarium design process, like the design of the vertical kampung itself has so many revisions to make it pass the building permit, for example. And if we already tried to change that, but it means that we have to also change a lot of bigger system. I want to ask you regarding the specific case, maybe from the Sezoll tribe. Is there any changes in the government regulations?
No.
or special regulations, maybe, because from the previous presentation from Professor Wu Xin-ku, he also agreed that sometimes the main challenges is to talk with the government, right, about the permits or everything.
Right. Talk with the government is a very long and frustrating process. And sometimes we just want to patch the regulation, want to change everything. But the process takes a long time, and sometimes something is very impossible to do right now. So we have to figure out a new way, a secret way to pass this process. We did not change the regulation. We did not modify the local law. Instead of changing the law or modify the regulation, we find out our own way to create this plan. For example, the land, the problem of the land. Land is owned by national government, the central government. So we have to rent the land from the central government. We sign a rental lease with the central government. We have to pay the rent of the land every year at a very cheap level, affordable level. So that's the negotiation. We have to find a win-win solution. We have to find a new way through a professional process. So we talk with the central government, try to rent the land from them. And we change the urban planning. Okay, we modify the urban planning. This is already have an existing process. They have urban planning changing process. So we could just go through the process. The old existing urban planning for this area is a park. So they locate as a park area. So we change some part of urban planning through this process, formal process, from a park into indigenous zone, indigenous living zone. So they, the regulation of the zoning change allow them to build house, to build residential area at this place. So we did not change the regulation. We just argue with government. Say, we know the rules, we know the regulation as you. We find a new way to pass through. Okay? We find a possible method to go through this complicated, confusing regulation. Not a simple, easy, bureaucratic way, but a possible way to have both sides win-win solutions. So we did not change too much regulation. We just have to argue with them. We use existing regulation, existing systems to accommodate our project.
Yeah, thank you so much for the answer. Oh, we have another question from our mentor, from Mbak Ruli. In the participatory design, we must try to engage all the participatory active in design. In your experience, how to make the citizen more active and engage totally in this process?
As I said, we have to know, or we have to learn their living. So we have to know our users. We have to know our residents. So we have to talk with them and make us just like them. We have to think like them. So we have to think like local residents, not professionals, not architects. After that, we have to engage every household, every users, residents together through the participatory process, like workshops, meetings. We have various tours and the collage workshop, the 3D model, the model and the professional talking, and maybe the real size, real dimension mock-up. So we have long process. We use different tools and methods, try to make sure our design to fit users' ideas, and also to sketch the idea into our planning, our design, our drawings. Is that questions?
Yeah, I think you answered very greatly. We have another question from the workshop participants. I think this question is more practical, maybe more practical, because in this workshop, the participants are expected to also do the real brainstorming process with the people of Kampung Aquarium. That's why I think they asked this question. So I will read it for you. Thank you very much for the eye-opening presentation, Mr. Jin Yong Woo. I have a couple of questions regarding the presentation. First one, in this project, in discussion session with the participatory design approach, how do you escort or pick or combine people idea with various perspectives? Because I'm sure a lot of people in the kampung has a lot of inputs and a lot of idea, but in the end you have to combine it into one big master plan, right? And then the second question is, during the discussion process with the people of community, how do you encourage the exchange of idea? Because sometimes there is people that don't want to talk in the public, or maybe things like that. So this is a little bit more practical, so they can apply to their workshop tomorrow with people of Kampung Aquarium.
Okay, first, we have to invite everyone to our discussion, our meeting, including elderly people, children, everyone, every member of community have right to speak out. Okay. And we have to design the process to allow important issues could be discussed, could be conduct the solution, to conduct the conclusion of important issues. For example, the relationship of neighbors. How do you decide who live next to you? How do you decide your neighbors? Everyone want have a good neighbors. Everyone want to have nice neighbors. Everyone have their own ideas. But how to negotiate with different ideas? We have to design a process according to different situation. Okay. For example, in Xizhou tribe, we already know the basic social relationship, the basic relative relationship is their neighboring relationship, which means the sisters living together, the cousins living together, the mother and sister, and even daughters, granddaughters living together. So we learn there are matriarchal societies. The sisterhood is important for them. So we create the sisterhood linkage during the neighboring relationship. We create grandmother, mother, granddaughter living together situation to encourage they discuss the possibility to live together. So there's two ways, two tools you can use. One, to learn from them, to know more about users, to know about their living, their past, their ideas, their cultures. Two is use participatory design tool to create creative process to reach real, solid conclusions of the real issues.
Okay, I think it answers both of the questions very well. This is another important question actually from our public participants. From Mbak Esther Fitrinika. She's asking about the cost of the project actually. Where does it come from? Is it from the government or is it from a company or donation or etc.? Maybe you can explain a little bit more about that.
Okay, let me share my pictures here. Can you see the mixed funding?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know the question will come in. Regarding to the money, the financial resource, 1/3 of the budget provided by local government. Okay, they give us the money. 1/3 of the budget, more or less, is a long-term and low-rate loan, low interest rate loan supported by central government, which means the bank provide the money, but the resident, the user, have to pay back in next 20 years. That's the long-term means, 20 years, loan and 2% interest rate. Then other 1/3 provided by the household. They have to provide by themselves. But in Xizhou case, we have a private donator to provide the this part of budget. So household don't have to pay the house, the money right now. They only have to pay the second part, the loan, bank, the money borrowed from the bank. Also, the land. Also, I mentioned the land. The land is owned by central government, so we have to pay the rent, land rent, to own the, to have the right to develop the land. Okay. So that's the combination of the budget. Hope this will explain the idea.
Okay. Another questions, I think from I'm sorry, from our public participate too. Does the Shizo tribe has any program in the future in the term of tourism aspect, for example, or maybe for the community to can be independent, for example, having a corporation or something to sell to the public, yeah, things like that, other than the construction of their houses.
Yes. I already mentioned the tribe become local attractions.
Yeah.
We have a walking tour, field trip from many school, other parts. So we already have walking tour. How the people will want to visit a place, have different culture and different activities. And this is the start of the eco museum, also the eco tourism or sustainable tourism. Because this tourism provided by community. The community member control the process. The community member provide their idea, their knowledge, their culture, their living to outsider, to tourists, to introduce their knowledge equally with outsider, with the tourist. And not just walking tour, but also like the indigenous cuisine restaurant. Local people could open up a restaurant, have a very special favorite cuisine. They could introduce their own culture to outsider, to their customers equally. They're not just customer and a provider relationship. It's equally cultural exchange. If you enjoy exotic cultural cuisine, exotic food in Xizhou community, you equally enjoy or share the Amis indigenous culture, which will create an equal relationship, equal partnership during this process. This equal exchange idea is also could be the central idea of tourism. We provide our culture and our knowledge, our extinct living process as a new culture or new creation in city, which could be the resource or potential assets of local or urban culture. So not just Kampung or Korean Xizhou tribe, we have different life. It's not shown off. Different life have different value. We have to find the different value to extend the value, to strengthen the value, to adding strength on this value, to extend the vision of this living condition in order to create the central content of the tourism. Okay, so tourism not just outsider come in and see and buying things. It's an important exchange and also important equal exchange. And they will empower local community and empower their future position in the city. Okay, so the tourism is a tool to empower our own idea, our own community.
I see. Okay. So I would like to invite Mbak Elisa because she said that she also has a question to us.
Sure.
Mbak Elisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I think my question's already asked, right?
Already being asked.
Oh,
Well, one of them are your question from earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, okay then. Okay then. I think now we are running out of question. So I will, because time already past 5 p.m. in Jakarta, maybe a lot later in Japan and Taiwan and South Korea. Right. I would like to thank you so much for Professor Woo Jin-young to have the
Thank you.
opportunity for us to share about the CISO tribe, their fight, their process, and I hope that we can get many insight from the CISO community project. I also hope that the construction project for the new village can finish soon and very smoothly, and soon the people can move to their new houses. And I hope
Thank
that
you.
this can become inspiration for many people, many project, other project in many countries can also include us all. Yeah, so I would like to invite Professor Kangki and Mbak Elisa to have a little words, maybe who else?
Okay. Again, yeah. Thank you, Wu Sensei, and also thank you, Professor Wu. I cannot tell the difference between Wu and Wu. I'm a Chinese, but my pronunciation is really bad. So yeah. So yeah, it's really been a nice afternoon because I learned so much. Long process from Busan. Apparently, our president actually visited the next door village from Amidong, and this is like another village, and apparently that our president said that you Indonesian Ministry of Public Work, you have to copy something like from Busan, but until today we don't really see that happening. Yeah, it's a Gamcheon
Yeah,
village.
culture. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, and then we also have a very nice memory from Siso tribe because me and Vidya and other two Kampung residents visit Siso tribe last year, and then every time we discuss about Taipei, our community leader, Kampung Aquarium community leader, always asks, "How's the Siso tribe people going? Are they still drinking beer all the time?"
Yeah, Fatashi together.
Yeah, so I think this is a very nice collaboration and also sharing process between all of us. And then we still have a lot of like 2 days session. Like tomorrow, we're going to learn about cultural mapping and also about the community museum. We hope that everything can become like a one package, not only for the workshop participant but also for the participant, general participant. So yeah, that's for me. Again, thank you so much for sharing
Sure.
for the
Thank you
whole
for
day
having me.
session.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Kaki Sensei.
Oh, it's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
From Kyoto. And I really thank you for the U Sensei and U Sensei. And, yeah, it was quite nice to have such a shared discussion internationally. But we have sharing the same kind of the programs actually, especially in the metropolitan area. And U-sensei and U-sensei already discussed a little bit about how to change a little bit about the urban planning or regulation or something existing system. I'm very agree with this. And actually, maybe our program and the experience from Busan, experience from the Taipei, and the experience of Kampung Aquarium and in Jakarta must be the kind of a pioneer to have new types of the urban planning itself. What always we have a kind of question, why did we have to have such a very difficult situation to do the very simple things? And so it might be the very new types of the urban planning coming from the Asian metropolitan city, I think, actually. So let us continue to have a discussion. To have greater friends in every city, in the urban villages. So thank you very much. And maybe 1 or 2 person from Japan having a kind of the
Yeah, I saw another Nabata-chan.
something. Nabata-san.
Yeah, Nabata-chan. Nabata-chan, long time no see. Nabata-chan is a assistant of Endo Sensei.
Suddenly, but she is good at suddenly things, I think. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for the participating for the seminar from Japan. There is more than 25 people and mainly from the very academic side. So I hope the situation of the urban planning will academically also developed, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Back to the Dija, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Nabata-san can already connect.
Nabata-chan.
Yeah.
Oh, Nabata-chan outside in Nagoya.
名古屋です。ありがとうございます。
Hi, long time no see. How are you doing?
I will introduce
I miss you.
She is the member of the Keishu and Shijo Tribe project, and also the member of the Toyota Foundation program this time. So
Yes.
I invite her at last.
ありがとうございます。すいません、すごいもう今日はめちゃくちゃ良かったです。Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Be well.
Thank you,
Stay safe.
先生。
Nabata-chan. Take
Thank you
care.
very much. Yeah.
Take care.
Okay, so please, final remark from Bija.
Okay. So yeah, I personally think today is very interesting day because today we can learn from many countries the issues surrounding urban kampung or urban settlements in many countries, and I found that almost the same problem is almost also can be found in many countries. So actually we are on the same struggle with the same fight. So I hope that today we exchange our experience in exchanging stories and exchanging lecture from each other. We can also make network with new friends that with similar struggle. So that I hope public participants, field school workshop participants, and even the speakers for today can also make use of this important conference. I think that's all from me. Once again, thank you so much for all the participants. Please remember that tomorrow we are starting to have our group works, and then on the afternoon tomorrow we will have from 1 p.m. Indonesian time, Jakarta time, GM 777, we will have a guest lecture from Antariksa, Mas Antariksa, and then also from Janet Pillai. We will discuss with both of them about community museum and also cultural mapping. So see you tomorrow, and bye for all the speakers today. Professor Wu, Kaki Sensei, also Nabata-san. Please stay healthy.
Thank you. Thank you for Japanese participant. Okay. ナバタさん、急にすみませんでした。でもいい場所に。
ありがとうございます。
ね、
今テラス営業ができるようになって、皆さんと一緒に路地を楽しみながら。テラス営業で。
はい。
ありがとうございます。はい。ありがとうございます。
For the participants, I will introduce a little bit about the Nabata-san. Nabata-san is the how to say, very good friend from Shijo tribes.
Yes.
Student of the Endo Sensei. And she is now in Nagoya. She's base camp is Nagoya. And today is the opening of the how to say, the open space shops under the pandemic situation, and because we have a little bit good situation in this moment. She is now in the activities to have such open space.
Betul sih.
Betul sih.
Betul sih.
Wait.
From Nagoya. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
See you soon.
See you.
Thank you,
Everyone, stay
everyone.
safe and
Stay
be
safe.
well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.